sway me off of my dream playing for the West Indies. So it was tough growing up, spending a couple years in the West Indies team, carrying the towel, carrying the water, and not playing. But those were so important. That apprenticeship period was so important. It taught me a lot. And it's definitely toughened me up for better things in the future.
Right. Well, 80s and early 90s, an era of Brian Lara and a certain man called Sachin Tendulkar. Your first impression when you met him?
My first impression before I met him, reading on the newspapers, is how could a 16-year-old play Test cricket? Because I remembered when I was 16, I could hardly get the ball to the boundary. And I was always amazed by the ascendancy of Sachin, because being 16, we were around the same time. I would have been 19, getting into the West Indies team. Sachin Tendulkar was this prodigy from India. And we sort of simultaneously, you know, carried our career forward. And there was that comparison between us. And, you know, but that quickly went out the window because our friendship transcended that boundary. And we were more, you know, laughing at suggestions of who was better, who was not better. And I think still today, our friendship is just amazing. I met him first in Australia. We were playing in that World Series before the 1992 World Cup. Right. And it's just amazing to see someone so young, you know, and the way how mature he was as a cricketer at such a tender age.
Right, so you read about him, and then there was comparison. But was there a moment when you saw him live, and that thought came to you that, yes, he is quite the genius?
Well, yeah, of course. Well, I knew he was a genius because, as I said, being 16, 17 and playing international cricket is something that, you know, I couldn't fathom. I couldn't understand how that was possible. So I knew that this young man was something very, very special. And we were just growing into the space that was left by great players. So that silent competition was there. But one time I played with Sachin, and that was after the 1992 World Cup. And we had a game against Pakistan in Canada. Pakistan were the World Cup champions. And there was this, we played in the Sky Dome, which I think is now called the Rogers Center. And we played in something like this, which when the ball was flying off the surface. And they made a rule because we had Ambrose and we had Courtney Walsh. And they said, okay, you could only take 15 steps, run up and bowl, you know, protect the players. And we did that, and Pakistan scored 300 runs. And we got off to a fast start, myself and Sachin. And I heard Imran Khan, I didn't understand what he said, but he, you know, when I looked back, I saw Waka Yunus running from his full run-up. And he bowled his short ball to Sachin and flew over his head, over the keeper's head. And I walked down to wicket to Sachin, and I said, listen, they're being unfair. They're going way past the restricted area. And he looked at me and he said, don't worry about it. And the next ball, Waka ran in and bowled and short, and 50 rows back in the Rogers Stadium, then the Sky Dome, the ball landed. And then I realized, you know, this young man is serious.
Yeah, so I had heard and read about this, and that's what I'm getting to, is because, you know, I of course, this match, and we've spoken about this before, that you're the partnership between you and Sachin. But more importantly, you know, both of you set records that are still untouched, especially yours, which is 500 and then 400. But you have to tell me, what does a player, a man, think and is going through when he's batting in first class at 500?
That's funny because I should not have been there on 2 occasions. I had an amazing run of about 5 weeks where I came off scoring 375 in Antigua, went directly to county cricket. And I remembered a few years earlier on, I went with the West Indies team, and I averaged like 28 in the county games. I didn't play any test matches, and the conditions were strange to me. So I was kind of, you know, reserved in my expectations, even though, you know, I held a test record. But I started with a bang, and I had like 5 centuries straight. And, you know, the cricket world went crazy. And I stood up in that match. It was the 6th of June. Well, before the 6th of June, and I was on 10 against Durham, and I got bowled behind my back with a no ball from Anderson Cummings. And then on 14, I edged the ball, regulation. I did not even have to look back. Regulation catch to the keeper, and I made 3 steps towards the pavilion, and I saw the bowler, and his hand went up and went down. And I looked back, and I saw the ball on the ground. And I remember I got a single. I tell the umpire, I think my run is over. I'm not feeling, like if I'm in any more form. I understood that the wicketkeeper, after he dropped the catch, said, geez, this man is going to score 100. Well, 500 runs later, I was still there. And it's not about what do you do. I think it's just something that is like destiny, and it just happened. I think somebody might be capable of breaking it, but there's so much pieces of the puzzle that have to be in place for you to have an opportunity to score 501 runs in a cricket match. And for me, I had that opportunity, and I'm very, very thankful to have broken that record. But it's nothing that I, sort of look back and, keep pounding into people's head. It's a good score, and one day, hopefully, somebody can break it and enjoy that, that feeling.
Well, it has to be the most expensive catch ever dropped. Did you say anything to him after that? Actually, no. I saw him a couple of years ago in Australia. I was doing a show in Australia, and they said that they have a guest that, that I should meet, and he's coming on the show, and I had no clue who it was. And I must say, what is it, 20-something years later, he didn't look like the same cricketer that, dropped me. He put on a bit of weight, so I had no clue who he was. But eventually they told me who he was, and I looked at him and I said, you changed my life. Let's go have a beer. And? Did he say cheers or no?
He said, can you believe that I got a business class ticket to Australia for dropping you?
Well, so it has to be something with your competitive nature, of the little interaction I've had with you. I've found you to be one of the most competitive people I've ever met. Do you think you are a very competitive man?
I am absolutely competitive, and I don't know if it ran in the family, but when you come up and you grow up with 6 brothers and 4 sisters and playing cricket in the streets, and after school, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if you get a bat, you're not going to get a bat for the rest of the week. You had to go out there and sort of stay. And my brothers and my friends in the village hated when I got the opportunity to bat, because I started on a Monday and I'll end maybe on a Friday or something like that. I left the weekend for them. But I think my competitive nature just came from the fact that I had a dream, and the dream that I had involved being better than other youngsters my age. And I think I relished that opportunity, and I relished that challenge from a young man. And that has not just been in cricket. I mean, now I play golf or anything that I do, I have this competitive side to me that, you want to come out on top. I still have, the spirit of sport is still in me. If I do lose, I shake hands and I move on. But I hardly can do anything without seeing the competitive side to it.
Wow. So, is there a modern-day cricketer in which you see that side? You see the same competitive nature, you see that killer instinct?
I mean, everybody that plays the game has that killer instinct. I think what I sort of appreciate in some cricketers, the top ones, like a Virat Kohli, who understands there are a lot of people that are jumping at the bit to replace him as the #1 player in the world. But he is capable of churning out performances day in, day out. The way he lives his life, the sort of commitment and discipline that he has. These are the fascinating things about someone that is competitive, and someone who, understands, is the environment that he is in, and still the fascinating things about someone that is competitive, and someone who, understands, is the environment that he is in and still able to excel. And I think Virat Kohli, now you're seeing Shubman Gill and these guys really looking forward to take up the mantle and strive to be the best in the world. So I think every sportsman and sportswoman have that competitive edge. There's a little bit extra that some guys have that makes them special.
So this gets me to the question, and I wonder what was going in your mind, given your competitive nature, when Matthew Hayden surpassed your record. Did you go like, buddy, you can have it for a bit because I'm taking it back?
No, no chance. I mean, I was 24 years old when I broke the record. When he broke the record, I was 34, 10 years later. And to be honest with you, I felt for like that 10-year period, I felt that sort of, strangulation by having a couple world records. And a lot of people sort of, be very critical, or their expectations were so great that whatever I did was a disappointment. And I look back on many times that I felt sort of, I would say, pressured, or not depressed, but sort of angry with the world because, what do you expect? I'm trying my best. And in cricket, as a batsman, you fail more than you succeed. You have more scores under 40 than you have over 40. And I honestly felt that morning, my lawyer woke me up, my manager lawyer woke me up. I was in Jamaica. It was 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And my room phone rang, and he said, Brian, I have a number for you. It's the Australian dressing room. Your record was just broken. And to be honest, I felt a peace. I made the call. I had a quick chat with Matthew Hayden and hung up. 6 months later, no one could tell me, that I was going to break a record. Actually, I would maybe ask the question in the audience. We've played 4 test matches against England. By the end of the 3rd test match, who can tell me how much runs I had in the series? 6 innings. Anybody? What? Yes, I had 100 runs in 6 innings. All 3 test matches lost, averaging 16.5. Now, which cricketer or batter could tell you tomorrow they're going to go out there and break a world record again? I was not the one. I think, again, it comes back to destiny and the right opportunity. Again, we were 3-0 down in the series, and we had a test match to draw. And I went out there, and fortunately for me, I was the person to do it. But I ended up with 500 runs in a test series, and that looks really good, but 400 came in one match. Yeah, I almost nicked Hamilton. I think Michael Vaughan, the captain, still thinks that I nicked that ball. But as you may be quite aware, I do walk when I think that I'm out.
Well, Brian, most competitive people are very hard on themselves. So when you took up captaincy, there was also a lot of criticism that came your way. How did you deal with that? That must have been a very turbulent period for you.
Yeah, I think, you know what? There is some sort of a problem, especially when you're one of the top players in a team. And I suppose I can speak maybe on behalf of Sachin as well. When you're given the mantle of leadership, right, but you're still expected to do yeoman service with the bat. And I think sometimes, when you are that top player, there's a lot of criticism, there's a lot of envy. And for me, I felt that my first stint as the West Indies captain, I did not have wholehearted support from my cricket board. I felt that was given, yes, but there was so much things that are happening behind. And I know that for a fact that if you're a team that isn't very successful at the beginning, the players realize that, and all of a sudden they start disappearing, and the support starts weakening. And I felt that I suffered from that a bit. I'm not sure what happened in Sachin's situation, but I know Sachin, being, the amazing player that he was, would have been under a lot of pressure, pulling the entire team in the direction that he wanted to, especially if you're trying to handle defeat, success, and defeat at the same time.
So what would you say was the highlight of your captaincy career, according to you, which satiated you?
According to me, I think the highlight of my captaincy would have been the 1999 series against Australia. We came off the back of a 5-0 defeat in South Africa. Very embarrassing, and I was the captain of that team, and I was expected to be hung by the time I got back home. And fortunately for me, I wasn't. The first test match was in Trinidad and Tobago, and I just felt that that was the only reason why I was given the captaincy, because it was in my hometown. And I got it for 2 games. The first time the West Indies captain has ever been under probation. And we lost the first game in Trinidad badly. And we proceeded to Jamaica, where I got a double 100, and we won the test match. And then in Barbados, the following week, I got 153 not out. We won that test match. And I believe that that series, which ended up a drawn series because Australia had won the 4th, was the series that showed me my true character and showed me the strength that I had. And from then on, it was a watershed moment in my career, because I felt that I handled things a lot better from that occasion on forward. So for me, that was maybe the highlight of my career as a captain. I know we won the ICC Trophy 4 years later, but that series would remain with me forever.
Since you touched upon the ICC Champions Trophy, what was that like? What was the team like? Did you go and expect to win it?
No. We had 0 chance of winning that tournament. We played 7 test matches. That's the same year I scored the 400. We played 8 test matches against England. We lost 7, 3 in the Caribbean, 4 in England. And I could see the mood in the camp was, do we really have to stay in England in September to play this tournament? And everybody looked despondent and wanted to go home. And I felt as captain, it was definitely going to be my last hooray as captain. I knew for a fact that they were going to get rid of me. And I sort of rallied my troops together in a way that I wouldn't advise much leaders to. I sort of get everybody in a mood where I allowed them to do what they wanted to do, right? Which obviously could be to the benefit of the team, but not necessarily respect for the captain. And we were able to pull off a victory in a tournament that we really should not have won. But it just shows different style of leadership, you know. And for me, my tenure as a captain was up and down. I had a couple amazing series, but I also had some very disappointing ones. But so is life. You know, you live and you learn. And I think I handle things a lot better now than I did back then.
Well, with so much success riding on your shoulder, and especially when you're still playing and you still have records that are unbeaten till today, have you ever felt invincible on the pitch? Nothing can go wrong today.
No, I actually never did. I think that my batting style was one that I had to keep working on. If it's one thing that I was very envious of with Sachin Tendulkar is the way his technique, the way he played on any surface, any conditions, against any bowling attack, he had the technique to survive. With my flair and sort of flamboyance came a lot of weaknesses, and I felt that every single time I had an opportunity to bat, I had to work on it, and I keep working day in, day out, and it's not a bad thing. I suppose Sachin did the same. You know, he would have felt that, yes, I have to keep a step ahead of everyone. But I've never felt invincible. I always felt that, you know, I sort of planned my innings. I had this computer in my mind where I knew where I was going to score runs, which bowlers I was going to score runs against, which bowlers I had to be, you know, subdued and let them have their time. And I sort of worked my way through my innings every single time. It was not like a natural gift of just walking out and, you know, looking like a Martin Currow or one of those, you know, guys, Mark Waugh, and just scoring runs at ease. I think that my hard work paid off at the end.
It indeed did. And along with that, of course, like you rightly mentioned, the flair, the flamboyance, and all of it came together. So it's a personality that you just can't miss out on, and everybody sort of looks up to it. So I'm going to take an advice on behalf of everybody here and ask you, you know, the way you paced your innings, your hunger for runs is an example. And I believe that you have a certain brand of life that I would like to call the Brian Lara brand of life. So if we had to take a piece, a note from that brand of life, what advice would you give us?
Uh, I think the advice I'd give is that the darkest hour is where you can find, the future. I think for me, I've had so many encounters at times where I felt down and out, and those were the moments that I found what I needed to come out and to be something or do something very special. So my advice would be really and truly, don't see every bad situation as that. See it as an opportunity to find what you're looking for and come out of it. And, maybe a simple example, maybe Australia, losing to India. I think they also lost to New Zealand. I'm not sure, or maybe South Africa. And then pretty much up against the ropes against Afghanistan. I mean, they were down and out against Afghanistan. If you look at that dressing room, they were down and out. And they were able to find something at that point in time that turned the entire World Cup around and into taking home the trophy. So for me, don't see the darkest moment as your darkest moment. See it as something else.
All right. Now coming to modern day cricket and talking about everything that's going on so far. We are talking about all-time greats. We're talking about people who are breaking records and who can. So Virat Kohli just broke Sachin Tendulkar's record with his 50th century in ODIs. There's a lot of talk about him as being an all-time great. Now, in all-time greats in the history of cricket, where do you place him?
And he's already there. I mean, he's already in his mid-30s and have a few more years. I think a guy like Virat Kohli can easily dictate, when he wants to leave the game, which discipline of the game that he wants to play in. Virat Kohli, for me, is one of the legends of the game already. And I believe that, sometimes we look at stats and people look at, 501 and 400 and they say, well, he has to be one of the greats. So you look at Virat Kohli and the amount of runs that he scores and say, well, yes, he is a great. For me, what Virat Kohli has greatness in is what he has given us, which is every youngster that's looking at the game now and looking at the way how Virat Kohli prepares himself for a cricket game is totally different to anything that we are accustomed to. His discipline, his preparation, the hard work that he puts in, I think is setting standards for the youngsters in the future. And to me, that is his greatness. I mean, not the amount of runs he scored, if he breaks Sachin's record or not, or he goes on to break my records, that's fine. I think he left an indelible mark on the game of what a cricketer should look like and how he should prepare himself for success in the future. And, you can go back 40, 50 years ago, we had guys, unfit, playing the game. I think that has totally changed if you look at sportsmen today.
It indeed has, and not just, the conditions that you're talking about, but other than that, the formats and the number of leagues that are happening, the amount of cricket that is being played. In scenarios like that, what do you see as the future of ODI cricket?
Well, after such an amazing World Cup, I was one that felt that, maybe the 50-over game has to make a way because, as you said, franchise cricket, there's so much cricket being played. Where are we going to find time for teams to play? And I felt that this World Cup showed the importance of having the 50-over version of the game. When you get to a cricket match, you can see an innings evolve. You can see a Virat Kohli. You can see a Warner. People go out there and bat and put on something very special in the 6 or 7 hours that you spend at the cricket ground. You have to agree, yes, T20 is entertaining, but really and truly, it's a game where it's a hit and miss. Guys have to go out, they have to play a certain way. I feel the art of the game is a little bit lost. It is necessary. I love the game, but I just feel that we have to hold on to, what we had before, the 50 overs and Test cricket.
All right. Well, I know I've taken my share of time, and I've been told that there are a few questions to be taken from the audience. But before I let that happen, I have to ask you, you've lived a dream of a life. Is there a dream of yours that is still unfulfilled?
Yeah, to have a golf swing like Tiger Woods. But no, I think the dream that really and truly I wish for today is to see West Indies cricket back on top. How is that going to happen? I'm not 100% sure with, 5 million people, different governments, a lot of turmoil back in the Caribbean. I suppose the revenue to grow the game isn't 100% there like it is in India. But I would love to see the West Indies, at least regain some sort of respect in world cricket. And we do have the talent. I just believe that we need to harness that talent a lot better.
All right, well, fingers crossed for that, because I truly believe that every Indian also is rooting for West Indies cricket. So all the best for that. All right, well, with that, audience.
Hi, Brian.
Yes.
Coming back to the legendary series of Frank Worrell Trophy, one of your favorites which you had mentioned. The Frank Worrell Trophy, 98-99. You went on to create some extraordinary records. You played two greatest innings, the 213, the second test, and the fourth one, the third test, I believe, 153, rated as one of the greatest innings by the Wisdom, rated number 2. But I personally feel, being one of your greatest fans, that 213 was the best innings ever. Now, I want your personal view on that. Which two? Because 213 doesn't fall among the top 10 greatest innings. 153 does, but the kind of pressure it was there, I saw every ball you faced. After, unfortunately getting run out in the first test, in the first innings, and then after coming back with all the rigor. So among these two innings, which one is your favorite one, the 213 or the 153?
I think this guy knows my answer already. He must have read an article that had my answer on it, because the 213 is definitely not a better innings. It's definitely one that showed me the true mettle, the true personality that I have, the character that I have. And a lot of people wouldn't rate it because, they wouldn't understand what was going on inside of me. But walking out to bat in Jamaica with the assumption that this is the last test match I'll be playing as a captain. We are playing the best team in the world, Australia. They just trashed us in Trinidad, bowling us out for 51. And just to let you know, on the first day, the score was 258 Australia. The West Indies were 36 for 4. And I went back to the hotel, and one of my friends who, a good supporter, he brought some Jamaican jerk chicken for me, and I was having dinner, and he said to me, you guys are going to go on to win this game. Well, Jamaica is known for the best marijuana. And I wanted to know how big was the spliff that he was smoking to come with that idea that we're going to win this test match. And the next day, to produce such an innings under such pressure, the 213 quietly for me and for you will be, cherished for life.
Lovely.
The West Indies are known for their flamboyant style of playing cricket. And in the process, very often, they got out very quickly. But you seem to have broken all batting records in terms of, individual batting scores are concerned. What's the secret of your success in occupying the crease so long?
Well, first of all, we were known for flamboyance in the 70s, in the 60s with Sir Garfield Sobers, in the 70s with Sir Vivian Richards and Gordon Greenwich, and of course in the 80s when we dominated world cricket. So I believe that the background of playing the longer version of the game is where you build that foundation, you build a good technique, and then you evolve into an attacking player or a player with style. I think what's happening now is that there is no credibility given to the longer version of the game. Everybody wants to go out there and play the T20 version of the game. You don't need a great technique. As I said, it's a hit or miss. You can make, 4 or 5 scores under 10 and then come the next day and make 17, 25 balls and you're a superhero. So I think that's one of the reasons why now you'd see us struggling in Test cricket in the 50-over version of the game. The longer the version of the game, the guys don't have the attrition level, they don't have the technique to do so. But it doesn't mean that we are in an abyss. I still believe that we have an opportunity to grab these youngsters and teach them how to bat, how to put together innings. And with the same flamboyance, not to lose their flamboyance, but how to go about putting together an innings. And I believe a lot of the youngsters in the West Indies don't understand how to do so.
All right.
Hi, Brian. Here, Vijay Krishna. Here. Yeah, it's an honor to interact with you. You are talking about making West Indies cricket great again. My question is, you guys are having great talent like Jofra Archer and all. But how we are going to motivate them to stay with West Indies cricket rather than going out to other countries or going to other sports?
Well, I think that's the job of the West Indies Cricket Board, to have scouts, to have people moving around the Caribbean, looking at the young talent that we have. I mean, any youngster, listen, I'm not going to give Jofra Archer or any other young cricketer that has taken that path. I think that playing for England, or a Robin Singh, who played for India from Trinidad and Tobago, if you have that opportunity and you have that sort of a family connection to these bigger countries, why not do it? You know, I would definitely say yes. But our job is to keep the talent because it belongs to us. This is where we nurtured it. And I don't think that we are doing so. I think a lot of your upbringing and a lot of your formative years, you're allowed to do it yourself. And we need to set up academies to keep an eye on the talent that we have. We don't have that structure as yet in the West Indies. So you're going to have guys with wonderful talent, that opportunity to go abroad. They do so. And you're seeing it with South Africa. The exodus to England and these other places. Now, the Netherlands is also another avenue for the South Africans. So for me, we have to do a better job as administrators.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
So who do you think in the current stream of young cricketers across all the countries, who do you think will go to become the greatest of all, like Brian, like Sachin, like Vivian Richards?
And this is from around the world or from India?
Around the world, anyone. You could pick anyone. Whom do you think that quality you see that they'll become the greatest of great?
Well, I think the Australians, any young Australians, they have the right upbringing on the competitive side. But when you're talking about natural ability, I think a young man like Shubman Gill has what it takes at age 22 to become one of the greats. Of course, there are a lot of different distractions now to what we had in the past, but I believe that he's got the ability to do so. Tilak Varma, I think, is also a very talented young player. But talent is one thing. I don't know. I don't live in their minds. I want to see, how these guys are mentally. Pretty much a Virat Kohli is pretty much out there. He tells you what he has to do to be successful. You look at a lot of YouTube or Instagram posts, and he tells you what it took for him to be a success. Turning his back on negative things, be it health, be it whatever, to make sure that he gave himself the best opportunity. So any young player can have the world of talent. It takes a little bit more from them to be the best in the world.
Brian, one hypothetical question. Brian, over here.
So you should also introduce yourself, just so that we don't have confusion.
This is Shubhamoy from ABP. My question is, if you were the captain of India team, what would have been the message to the boys after the match, the final match? If you were the captain of the Indian team, what would have been the message to the boys after the final match?
After?
After the India-Australia final match.
After the final match, obviously, you would have a group of disappointed young men, but I think it's very, very quickly to snap out of it. I think they did the country proud. I would express that the country would be proud. Maybe some people, some quarters would be disappointed that we did not win the trophy, but I think at the end of the day, only one team could. Try to take the positives out of it and move on. There would be a lot of young players in the team as well, the Ishan Kishans and Shubman Gill, guys who are going to move on to the future. Make sure that they understand that this was just a learning opportunity for them to maybe lift the trophy the next time the tournament is taking place.
Thank you.
Hi, Lara, this is Dr. Chitranjan here from Mumbai. A lot of people are going to ask you about the cricket, your records, something like that. But I am going to ask you a personal question that how is your heart right now? How is your heart right now? Because I have read some of the news that you have some problems. You have admitted in Mumbai, checked, a lot of activities going on. How you are feeling right now?
I think I feel very fine. Thank you for asking. Yeah, appreciate that.
Hello.
All right, next.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I have one question that, a lot of your contemporaries, your friends, they stay in the cricket field, encompasses, either in commentary, they're doing coaching job. Why you can't get to see you enough in today's date? What made you, stay out of the cricket? Why you do take a call and make yourself not available in the cricket field?
He's asking that why don't we see you more often these days in the cricket space?
Okay. Well, I was with SRH, Sunrisers Hyderabad, for 2 seasons, 2022 and 23. I was with Fox, no, sorry, not Fox. I was with Star Sports for 3 seasons in the IPL before that. And presently, I am the performance coach with the West Indies cricket board, not just the international team, but all levels. So I'm quite busy. And yeah, I hope that answers your question because I am involved, I feel, in a very important way.
Hi, Brian, Samrat here, big fan. You spoke about a lot of batsmen. I want to ask you which bowler was the most challenging for you and how did you prepare for him?
I think the #1 bowler that I faced would have been Wasim Akram from Pakistan. I feel his deceptive pace and swing was always a difficult proposition for myself. Glenn McGrath got me out the most, but I felt that with McGrath, you had to make the mistake. And he was so patient that, you got into an area where you did make the mistake. But when it coming to someone who had the wit to get you out, someone who, could embarrass you even if you come off scoring 400 in a match, it would have been Wasim Akram. I thought he was extremely special as a fast bowler and one of my difficult proposition as a batter.
All right. Well, last 2, all right? Because according to me, if this clock was clicking for me, this time is done. So last 2 questions.
Slightly controversial, but let's say you were Rohit Sharma, the captain of the Indian team in the final of the World Cup. Who would you have replaced from that team? Do you think he had the right combination in the playing 11, or would you have dropped one of those guys and replaced him with someone else?
I think they had the right combination. I feel that a guy like Ravi Ashwin is with his experience, is someone that, would be tough to leave out of an Indian 11. But I think the team did very, very well. And I don't think we can sort of try now to be critical of anything. The only situation, as I said earlier on, was I would have been preparing my team, and I think Rahul Dravid would have been. I would have been preparing my team and looking at any weaknesses that were created in the victories that we've had. I think one of the things that I will tell any young batter that I did a lot is whenever I was successful, I went back looking at videos to see where I made a step wrong, because that is where the opposition is going to come firing next time. And I know Rahul and I know Rohit would have been doing that. It's just that on the finals day, it was not India's day. But that's for me is sort of when you're very successful, keep picking. Be as self-critical as you could be to make sure that you stay a step ahead of the opposition. Australia was in a prime position to upset India after the World Cup that they have had. You would think that India was more prepared. No, Australia was more prepared. They were damaged a lot more, and they knew what they had to do to beat India.
That's actually a great message for all of us because as some of the speakers earlier today said, we in business fail more often than we succeed. So be prepared, faith is the next step to success.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thanks
you.
a lot. One last question. One last question, guys. All right, I see one hand up. Please go for it. I'm guessing this is a group of techies.
I think the DRS is first of all, neutral umpires. was a very good move. And then, with that possibility of human error, bring in a technology that was fair to both teams. I'm not saying that the technology is 100% right, but I think that it's fair to both teams when you have the opportunity to use a DRS to, get a result or get an opinion. In terms of the umpire's call, I think that if you have DRS, it should be relied on 100%. And I don't like when a ball hits the leg stump or just hits the outside of the leg stump and the umpire's call was not out on one occasion, and then the exact thing happened. The umpire's call was out, and one guy has to leave and the other guy can stay. So I think there's a little bit of problem there with the umpire's call and something that they should get rid of.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks a lot for your questions. And there were some very critical questions that were asked, but on a very serious note, since we are in Kolkata, have you tried Mishti Doi?
No, I haven't.
So
what
then,
is it?
Well, since you're in Kolkata and if Brian Lara is asking what is Mishti Doi, all of you have got a task up your sleeves. You have to try it before you leave.
Okay.
If you're a foodie, you're going to love it. But thank you so much on that sweet note. Thank you so much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, the man with a lot of power and character, Brian Lara. Let's give the man a huge round of applause.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Brian Charles Lara and Ridhima Pathak. I would like to request Mr. Dhruva Mukherjee, CEO of ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to Mr. Brian Charles Lara. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sharing your stories with us. Yes, and thank you, Ms. Ridhima Pathak, for moderating the session so beautifully. Thank you so much. Thank you. And once again, a huge round of applause for Mr. Brian Charles Lara and Ridhima Pathak. Thank you.
You're calling you. Hello.
Ridhima, I think they're calling you. They're calling you. For a picture.
She wants to take a video. Come. You can take it from here on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you to kindly remain seated. We will be starting with our next panel discussion. We have our next panel discussion, which is on AI and the future of marketing. May we request our participants to kindly take their seats. We are going to start with this next session, which is AI and the future of marketing. We'll just take a couple of minutes to do the setup, and then we are good to go. May we request everyone to kindly take their seats. We are about to start with our panel discussion, AI and the future of marketing. And we'll just take a couple of minutes to do the setup. Please allow us to do the setup and we are good to go. I hope all of you are taking pictures of INFOCOM 2023 and also using a hashtag and tagging us and also letting your friends know what an exciting event you have come to. These 3 days are going to be very, very memorable for all of you. Please remember this, and you are going to look forward to the next year very soon because INFOCOM is only getting bigger and better by every passing year. Seven. Done? Is it done? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we start with our panel discussion, AI and the future of marketing. The relationship between AI and the future of marketing is profound and transformative. AI technologies are already playing a significant role in reshaping the marketing landscape, and this trend is likely to continue in the future. I take this opportunity to invite our panelists onto the dais. Ms. Dipali Nair, CMO, CK Birla Group. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Amitav Nag, as Senior and Enterprise Account Manager, Amazon Web Services. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Nirupam Srivastav, Vice President IT, Hero Corp. May I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Ms. Lalita Ravi, CEO, Outsmart Services Private Limited. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. Sid Banerjee, CEO, Immersive, USA. We request you to take your seat on the dais, sir. Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakravarti, Director and Pro Vice Chancellor, IEM. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And the chairperson and moderator for this session is Mr. Raghavendra Rao, MD, Global Marketing and Communications, Accenture. And here is the entire panel that we're going to have, who's going to be discussing on AI and the future of marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, here's an announcement. One of our panelists will have to leave early, so we are going to present mementos before we start with our event. I will request Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chairperson and moderator and the panelists. We start with our chairperson, Mr. Pradipta Biswas.
Thank you. Thanks, sir.
Ms. Dipali Nair, thank you very much, ma'am, for being here with us today. Mr. Amitav Nag, thank you, sir. Mr. Nirupam Srivastava, thank you very much, sir. Ms. Lalita Ravi, Mr. Sid Banerjee, and Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakravarti. Thank you very much, Mr. Pradipta Biswas, sir, for doing the felicitations and presenting mementos. Thank you very much, sir. We request you to take your seat. And I will now hand over the session to our chairperson and our moderator, Mr. Raghavendra Rao, who is the MD of Global Marketing and Communications, Accenture. Sir.
Thanks so much. I know we're coming in after Brian Lara. It was a full toss. This actually, in the midst of the IT conference, is a marketing event. So when you call marketing folks, they all show up in strength, and that's the theory. So the question is, why do we have a marketing and an AI topic in the middle of a IT services conference? We looked at a couple of reasons, they're all very valid. A, there is no running away from AI or Gen AI. They're two different things. And we will talk about all of that today. The second thing is that marketing as a function has been changing overall, globally and in India, in terms of what they do, in terms of how they do it, in terms of how the people are training themselves. The third piece is around what all do we cover today. And I'm going to run this, we have around approximately 35 minutes. I'm going to break this up into three parts. The first part is all about how do we look at marketing in the context of AI and connecting with customers, creativity, and content. That's the first piece. The second piece we'll talk about across the panel is around how is the entire tech around AI shaping marketing as a function and shaping marketing professionals as in their domain. And the third piece, which is where we want to land, and honestly, nobody has a clue on where this is all going, 5 years, 6 years, 2 years down the road. So we can give a direction in terms of where we are headed with marketing, how it's going to impact the enterprise, and how it's going to create value for all that you do at your workplace. So there are the three broad sections that we will cover. But I will start with Dipali, and I want her to talk about how marketing has really evolved over time and how AI is not something that's very new to marketing and how it's not new to a profession. So Deepali, can we hear from you on how we've shaped the entire function overall?
Thank you, Raghu. I think it'll be interesting to look at my own personal life. I started being a marketer 3 decades ago. And if I look at the first 10 years of my life, there was no digital marketing. I had never heard the term SEO. Google was not around, Facebook was not around, Twitter was not around, Instagram was definitely not around. And we did things traditionally, which is market research, insights, and you developed an ad. And I worked for very big brands in those days, Saffola, Medica, Tata Motors, and these were the companies that I worked for. I think in came the early 2000s, and you discovered digital marketing. You discovered how people could be found on digital also apart from television. And somewhere around that time, services marketing and automobiles were the 2 first industries which really got impacted because of Google and the search on Google. What was also interesting that happened in the 2000s was that performance marketing was discovered, which meant that suddenly marketers and the digital marketing agencies could prove to sales team, could prove to the CEOs, could prove to the boards that the marketing delivers ROI and that you could connect, marketing to a sale, the actual dollar spent. That I think gave a new life to marketing in some manner. And the second phase of the 2000s within this was that we got the automation tools, which was sometimes the offshoot of Talisma, sometimes the offshoot of Siebel. You did analytics, SFDC grew in those days. You were actually doing leads, you were getting leads into the system, you were tracking them. The very, very early phase, you started doing SEO, you started doing community building on Facebook before you did advertising on Facebook, and marketers started developing, very different kind of skills, and technology came into marketing. It was also an era when CMO and CIO became friends. They started working together. Otherwise, the technology team who was primarily involved in doing implementation of ERP inside an organization never spoke to marketing, before that, right? And then now let's look at last 10 years. Last 10 years has been the advent of MarTech, ad tech, and the ad tech and MarTech implementation. There are a couple of thousand tools now available, across the world. Performance marketing has taken a shape of its own. This is also the time when what I call born on the internet businesses have taken shape both in India and abroad. And the last 6 years, you've seen advent of AI and ML driving the implementation of MarTech tools. And Lalita made a point to me when we were discussing earlier that sometimes even now some of the marketers don't realize that it's a plain automation and they may not be using AI ML. So that's the issue, that marketers face. And similarly, I think the point you made today, which is the difference between AI and generative AI, a lot of the times the business folks, including the marketing folks, may use the terms synonymously with each other. There's very limited use cases and usage of generative AI in marketing still. And that is primarily only for either copy development or, the films that you're seeing where people are actually claiming, generated on Gen AI, or maybe the digital banners that you see that may have been, generated on Gen AI. But there is no hardcore, any MarTech tool that is still based on Gen AI, that's happening. And I would say this is really the development that has happened. But I think on the sidelines of this, Raghu, maybe we can discuss it later, a little later in the discussion today, is I think the kind of people who are in marketing now, the kind of skill set required in marketing now, the roles that marketing is playing inside organization has changed considerably. And I think because we have a lot of technology audience today, I would say that the relationship, between the CTO, CMO, the CISO, and CMO, because there's a lot of data security and privacy issues that are coming in, that's considerably changing inside an organization.
Yes, and also the roles that we used to see earlier being in multiple silos, I think is blending a lot. So what I'd now do is, let me reach out to Nirupam at the far end of the dais. He leads strategy for Hero Corporation, and he's deeply involved in how they adapt, implement AI for multiple functions. So, Nirupam, what's your view on this, and how close or far do you think marketing is landing from the entire absorption of AI and its function?
So thank you. Yeah, so thank you again, and I think this is a wonderful headway, and Deepali made a very good start, in terms of explaining how the marketing function has evolved. What I would also add is, again, bringing the role of artificial intelligence. So earlier, also marketing function used to collect customer data, customer behavior. What AI has done, again, two things I would add. One is collecting and analyzing such data extremely efficient and cost effective. So now it's much faster understanding how the customer behavior is in getting influenced with your new marketing campaign, etc. And second part is where, again, generative AI is taking a step forward is content creation. Earlier, getting a new content creation was a much longer cycle. Today, you go to any of the generative AI application and you give some prompts and you get an answer. So now that thing is becoming much faster, and not just for a campaign strategy, but also for creative visual, audio visual, videos, and again, technology is evolving by the day. So what we will see is even more customized content creation based on each customer preference and the communication channel that he or she is using. So we will have, or we are having, in fact, nowadays, if you go, yesterday, I will not name the brand, but I was like traveling here, and the ticket was booked, and this brand has said that, again, 2 days back only, they launched a new chatbot based on generative AI, which we are also developing in some sense. So I said, let me ask a question which is off the subject. So obviously a travel bot, you will ask what's my PNR and what's my number, but I said, I'm going to Kolkata, and tell me which places should I see. And I did not expect that bot to do, but the bot gave a very fantastic answers, of course, some of which I knew because I've been here before. So I understand. So this is what the customer service which generative AI can bring in, which was not possible earlier. Earlier we all had experiences with our bots. We all know, it's like, you will say, get me a person. Please, get me off this automated call recording, get me off this chatbot with limited options, which I do not want, or do not take me to a FAQ page, get me an answer. So today, generative AI can get you the answer. That is the difference which is bringing in a lot of revolution. So, and it is happening in natural language. It is not, you don't need to be a programmer to do that. You are getting this result in a natural language. So this is, I think, truly transformative. And this is, again, evolving both to the content and the communication part of the marketing function.
Thanks, Rupam. I know that Deepali's got, we've had a lot of, prep and offline sessions and passionate discussions around this on use cases, but I'll hold on to Deepali's views for a few minutes. We'll go to Lalita now, who's in manufacturing, runs her own company called Outsmart, and we want to hear how it's being looked at from her point of view.
Thanks, Raghu. Good evening, everyone. My company, Outsmart, works with manufacturing companies. These are companies which are mid-market, mid-sized, but operate globally. So if you look at the AI adoption curve, if I look at standalone, low intelligence systems to high intelligent integrated systems, I must say we are very, very early. We are still working on standalone low intelligence systems, and at best standalone slightly higher intelligence. We have a long way to go, and the reasons are also very simple, because within the manufacturing space, for people to understand what AI can do for marketing itself, that understanding is less. Still, marketing and technology are two different pieces. Marketing is known for branding, digital marketing, and tech guys, the tech department, are largely in charge of digital infrastructure, tech support, perhaps softwares and licenses. So the two still stand apart, which is why I say when the two marry, then we will have a longer journey together. So we are very nascent as far as we see AI in manufacturing, but there's a lot of hope because of the nature of the manufacturing industry itself.
So Sid, in your business, and that's fairly well blended as I understand it in terms of marketing and what you do, how does AI play a role in terms of connecting with your consumers?
Yeah, I think so. At Immersive, we are pretty focused on how to communicate the information to you in a way that's immersive, right? So we'll put you in a story. You do that with ads, with videos. What we'll do is we'll actually put you in the world. That's what the metaverse is. So we'll connect AI with the metaverse. What actually I find fascinating is, and I'll do a little bit of blue team and a little bit of red team here. I think the blue team argument, which is that absolutely we're entering sort of a world of endless personalized content, and whether that's standard content, which is video or text, or the stuff we do, which is games and metaverse, generative AI creates content on demand, pretty much. And that's going to continue, and so we're going to have infinitely scalable, personalized content, right? We'll have Shah Rukh Khan talk to me, we'll have whoever I like, and Brian Lara was here. I mean, imagine being able to do all of that with him, just have a one-on-one conversation. Talking about what we want to do is we want to introduce these AIs as a part of our worlds. So they'll make the worlds more come alive a little bit more. They're living worlds. You can talk to characters. You have ongoing relationships with characters within the world, so it becomes a part of the narrative. That's how we bring a brand in. So you're a Coca-Cola, let's say, and you want to have a world that you've created, which is the Coke world. We'll do that for you. You'll have characters that are best friends with friends. So you're going to sort of move from just having transactional relationships with brands, which are just engagement-based, to having deep connections with brands based on the stories that the brands are able to tell you via generative AI. So whoever's controlling the generative AI and how they're prompting that, how that's going to really become, so there's a lot there. But I think, and this is for the panel, and I hope we talk about this, is as that exponentially grows in terms of being able to personalize content, well, I won't be able to tell, a brand from another brand because everyone will have access to the same technology. And I think what we should discuss at some point is how that will change the nature of information and how we all do marketing today, which is SEM, search engine marketing, SEO. What happens when Google goes away? What happens when, for instance, I haven't used Google for 8 months? How are you going to sell to me? I'm using Perplexity, I'm using different AI engines. So the edifice of what we've constructed with Web 2.0 in terms of marketing is shifting, and it's shifting pretty dramatically. So on the one hand, you have the ability to personalize and send out content, which would have been great in a Web 2.0 scenario with social media, where I can send a Facebook message to each auntie on my block and sell her whatever I want. But now I'm not going to be able to do that, because when her habits change, then she is no longer going to Web 2.0. So these are the two things I think which will be interesting to talk about.
Thanks, Sid. So, Professor Chakraborty, and you address a very young audience on a daily basis. How do you see it from your perspective, and what changes are you making in terms of shifting mindsets on learning when AI is in the picture?
I teach in technology, computer science courses as well as marketing courses, entrepreneurship. As my colleagues, the delegates, told about the use of generative AI to create content, using the prompts very quickly, you can create diverse amount of content. But I think the game-changing thing is, of course, again, out-of-the-box solutions, out-of-the-box thinking, because some of these AI-driven content is not that, I think, it doesn't connect with the audience. It lacks the emotion. Sometimes it lacks factual correctness, because AI is based on training of the data. And if the data is incorrect, it will be trained on incorrect data and it will give an incorrect output. So you really can't take human ingenuity out of that equation. So that is something I wanted to stress again in my little time, that out of the box thinking. Of course, AI should be looked at as a tool, but I think not more than that. It cannot give solutions which have to be thought about by the human brain, right? And now I think somebody was saying now everybody has access to the same tools like ChatGPT and Google Bard and all these things, right? So then where, and then nowadays with the digital marketing, pop-ups and ads and radio marketing and TV marketing, a customer is constantly bombarded with marketing messages. Now, what makes these messages, how to stand out, how to make an impression, right? Now, a few years ago, I think storytelling was one of the, biggest ways to make a mark. But now everybody is telling stories. Now that also, whatever new thing is coming to the market, everybody is using that. It's democratized. Now that is the biggest challenge. And again, I keep on saying, thinking out of the box, human ingenuity, it cannot be, taken out of the equation. And that is what makes the difference. When Apple first launched, you see the first ad, have you seen the ad? It was a person running in the opposite direction of everybody. And, it was think different. Apple think different. So I think that now AI has come in and generative AI has come in and a lot of new technology. And generative AI, we are able to now with stable AI, we can create audio, we can create videos, we can create pictures, without needing artists and without needing big actors. So it has become very much democratized. It is now, the tools are available in the hand of every marketeer of every budget. Even SME, SME marketeers have access to all those tools like the blue chip companies have. But now where is that game changer? The game changer is with creating of products and services that keep that mark. And again, I want to say simplicity is one of the biggest, I think, underrated things, right? Most people try to complicate their products and their services or their marketing messages, but still I think simplicity rules and out-of-the-box thinking and continuously trying to come up with ideas that makes the marketeer or the marketing messages stand out. Because every channel is flooded, every channel. Now, and there are so many, and another thing is hitting new channels. I was just talking to another fellow marketeer for the industry, and they have got good response, not from the existing social media channels, but from a very new channel. Okay, I don't want to name the brand, but they were saying that some of the newer channels, they can hit the newer generation, the young students, better than the older, some of the, again, I don't want to name it, established social media brands.
So, thanks, Professor. Now, going back to the entire storytelling piece. So, like any public listed company, Accenture also does our own quarterly earnings. And every quarter, till recently, used to be a, rush of work to do to get the best client stories out, because you got to talk about your best wins to your investors. And people used to work around all the markets, across all levels to figure out what the best stories are. So now we actually are using some of the solutions which, if we ask a question to a proprietary AI asset saying, here are the parameters, here are the markets, here are the industries you're looking at, here's the deal value, here's the kind of work. You put in all those parameters and now give us the stories, and we connected all the systems across all geographies, across all service lines. And Accenture is fairly big. We have around 30,000 people, 50 countries and all that stuff. So it's quite complex. But that's reduced. I would not say we have brought the solution 100%. However, can we say it's solved 70 to 80% of the problem and the remaining 20, 30% is handled by human beings? Of course, yes. But that's where things are headed. And that's where the positive elements come in. So with that, I know that a lot of things also happen on the cloud. So Amitabh, what is your view? And can we talk about some of your use cases that really brings to life?
Yeah, thanks Raghu, and good evening everyone. So I would just like to mention a real kind of story, personal story. So one of my friends, Raj Kumar, he's based out of Calcutta. He runs a leather business for a long time, but he wanted to kind of gear up and make himself online like a marketeer, right? That's once he got the reins. So he approached me because he knows like I'm tech as a friend, like what he should be doing. And it's a real story. So what he did was like with the product, so he basically builds leather bags and shoes, right? So he got a hold of Amazon Bedrock as a platform in which he just mentioned that I build shoes, and those are in mesh model on the top and rubber in the sole, and it has reflective gears so that during night there is penetration, right? And he asked, he used Anthropic's Claude model to write or give him a description of the product which he wants to list. And it gave out a nice description. And he did mention a context that these products he's building for targeting a particular segment of customers. So it built a description. And next, he used, again, a Bedrock as a platform, Amazon Bedrock. He used Stability AI to put a picture with the prompt of the description that came out, and he wrote that he wants a Calcutta background or Kolkata background to the product that he has produced. So Stability AI generated one more image for him. So he took that image. Then next, in Bedrock itself, he used AI21 Labs Jurassic 2 model to say that I want to put it on social media. What should I be writing in social media, in tweets, in across social media? So it gave out the inputs that came out from there. And as a next step, he wanted to embed some of this into search engines. So search engine optimizations. So he used again in Bedrock, the Titan model, which is Amazon model. Amazon had made it public, that particular model, which can give you embeddings that will rate the product, saying that somebody is looking for mesh shoes, which ensures air is flowing in from the top, and some of these highlight areas which will come up if in a search, right? And he did all this without being a data scientist at all, right? So as Professor was mentioning, the commoditization of Gen AI is already happening, and it's bringing that value to the businesses that are closer to home, closer to our friends, family, which they are leveraging. And this way, today, he is able to list his product, and not only list his product, as he is listing his product, on all the reviews, he can take a look at in terms of how sentiments are going on the reviews. So personalization to the context of sentiment analysis is also part of the platform that he is using.
That's interesting. It's taking things to a different level. And of course, as a side note, if any of you want mesh shoes, you know who to contact. It's not Amitav, it's his friend. Dipali, I know you've been itching to go at the use cases, but I want to understand, you are the CMO for a conglomerate. It's just not one service line. How do you see this working out for the corporate and across multiple businesses? And do you see a difference in terms of business A versus business B in adapting these technologies for marketing?
Fantastic question, first of all. Thank you. I will first give you my point of view on what I see happening. In a very large B2C organization, which may require, let's say, 1,500 creatives in a month, I see what Nirupam says may happen. And it may happen either at the client end or at the agency end. But it will require editors. We've already had situations where two companies have put out the same looking creative generated by Gen AI. Okay, so it will require editors. Just to say that a different kind of skilling may be required. You may not require 10 people in the copy team, but you will still require 3 who will be paid higher because they need to be editors, you know. So I don't know if the cost implication, but the speed, you know, definitely can get sorted. So I see one, that happening. Second, there'll be businesses where it won't get used, because you will still depend on your agency to deliver the 5 or 6 creatives that you require in a month, and you may not want an army of people who are trained to do the query on GenAI. I'm told now there is a 3-month certification course available which teaches you how to do the query on GenAI tools, by the way. Huh? So you may not want to hire those people. But what will happen in the marketing ecosystem, therefore, is that when you have those smaller agencies, and you know, I know this is not a marketing audience, but in marketing we have a term called the BTL agencies, you know, the below the line agencies. They may need to change their working model. You know, they may not require the lower order copywriters, and they may want to use the generative AI tools for doing the lower order copywriting, and the editing that they will happen then, you know, so their commercial model may change and may become cheaper, which may benefit, let's say, I mean, we have 10 different businesses from healthcare to infrastructure, you know, to consumer, and that may get utilized in bulk of the companies. It's also going to be a change over the years to see how much fail-safe is happening over here. I mean, 3 years ago when we would sit and we would discuss on data analytics, and, you know, we spoke about personalization, Sid mentioned that. I think in banking, when we're sending out bank account statements, wealth management where I've worked, mutual fund where I've worked, accuracy is extremely important. You can't afford to go wrong, you know. There, the MarTech tools itself, you know, you needed 100% accuracy, and sometimes there was a limitation. So similarly, we've heard, you know, quantum technology, we've heard blockchain. We used to be gung-ho about blockchain, you know, 4 years ago. But the use cases are limited, or they're so expensive, you know, to actually implement, or the risk associated with how you implement is so high that I would suggest it's a bit of a wait and watch for GenAI for the next 18 months. There is a tool for those of you want to experiment, and one of the very large digital payments company in the country, they're experimenting with the tool. It's a tool called Journey, I think. Which can produce the, you know, creatives, the GenAI side. All you need is a very good team, you know, doing the querying and putting the query out. I can acknowledge and say that my 19-year-old son is much better at querying ChatGPT and Tome than I am, you know, because it's an advantage, you know, that he has because he spent more time with the tools, you know, than I have. So I'm making 2-3 points here. One is watch the space for 18 months. Second, if you do not require more than 1,000 creatives in a month, don't try and do it in-house. Third is, do ask your agencies, especially your BTL agencies, what's their plan in using it, and look for new agencies because the commercial model there may be, you know, cheaper for you. So that's how I see it progressing, you know, within marketing. The other place where it will change is the creator and the sitting at home businessman or businesswoman economy on Instagram. So the example that, you know, Amitabh quoted, which is a single person entrepreneur, you know, which is the bottom of the pyramid entrepreneur, for them life may change. The way Instagram changed their life. You know, today who would have thought that I'd click a photo on my iPhone, put it on Instagram, and a sell button can appear and somebody can buy it. And at the back of it, remember, the infrastructure economy of the logistics in the supply chain has changed, where I can ship through ShipRocket. And nobody talks about that miracle, you know, which is nothing to do with Gen AI or even AI and ML. You know, it is still, you know, the same planes and the same trucks and the same you know, who carry that stuff. So that economy is taken over. So the ecosystem, you know, will actually change. But those guys will end up using a lot of the Gen AI, you know, in marketing applications. For example, what, you know, Nirupam was talking about. So I see change happening at the bottom. Right. At the middle, I see a change in the ecosystem. And at the top end, which is, you know, let's say, I would willing to take the names. Let's say, a company such as Paytm, a company such as, you know, Flipkart, a company such as Nykaa, they may be, you know, where the number of creatives required are humongous in numbers. They may want to experiment on their own. But is that new to marketing? No. Marketing has, in any case, we are so used to doing new things every 2-3 years, you know, that we learn with this. You know, we always want to do the innovative stuff. We always want to do, you know, the new things. So they will be watching the space and, you know, doing it in any case. And What is also not new is that when you look at SEO, for example, most clients hire an agency to do SEO. But Amazon, Flipkart, Make My Trip do their own SEO, simply because it makes sense for them to not have a commercial model outside, but I'd rather do it in-house. So I see currently where Gen AI use case is only producing creatives, and I'm yet to see any other Gen AI use case for marketing. I see it happening only at the top end, high volume, in-house to the client. Otherwise, I see the agency structures, changing.
Fair point. We are close to the closing time, so very quickly in 30 seconds each, Nirupam, where do you see this headed? We heard 18 months window. Where do you see this happening in the next 12 to 18, 24 months?
So I think this is a very good question. And see, in initial phases, if we look at IT systems, they were very expensive, error prone. But now we know them, they are quite cheap. SaaS model is there. I think similar transformation will happen with Gen AI. So we will have SaaS models for Gen AI, which will be very economical, which will be very easy to adopt. And I see actually next 2 to 3 months, maybe 6 months, that adoption will actually boom. And also another thing which I think is very different is, like we said in e-com play, there is an e-com website and there is a company which sells offline but has a website. These are two very different things. Same way what we will see is companies who are adopting AI and companies who have AI-based business models. So yesterday I was looking at some of the implementations, not just concepts, implementations of, say, robo-advisory. So what we have understanding of robo-advisory in financial services currently and the one with Gen AI are very, very different. So it's the same difference between a business having a website and an e-com player. So watch this space.
All right, okay. Professor, your view.
Yeah, I think, as Nirupam sir also said, I believe that in the next few years, AI will have a lot of, new avatars. I think one thing I wanted to say that AI will completely change how video content is done. The ads, now, like if there was a need of a stunt person, stunt man or stunt woman, I think AI will completely get rid of that. You can just create that stuff in your AI. And same thing, just like drones change the entire video capturing thing, AI will completely bring a new round of revolution where you don't even need drones. You just need to write the proper instruction set and AI will give it to you. So it's just, again, in the mind of the visualization, again, the out-of-the-box thinking and the human ingenuity I was talking about.
Thanks, Professor. Sid.
I think I agree with the points. I think the first 12 months we're going to see the AI systems and generative AI systems getting commoditized. So you'll have the wow factors gone. Like you said, the creatives are now getting replicated. I have the same look as you when someone else does. So I think that'll start getting commoditized. So the first 12 months, I think the next 12 months is still going to be, wow, this is great, but slowly fading, starting with text, image, audio, and video. Like you were talking about, video is still pretty new, so pretty good. Then I think the big question will arise, how do we use AI? What's proprietary about us, our agency, my company, that's using AI in a way that's different? So beyond the commoditization, beyond the companies that are creating these AI, Gen AI tools, for marketing agencies and marketers, I think the question is, what's your hack? And if you don't have your hack for the AI systems that are developing, you don't have your USP, you don't have your proprietary advantage. So I think that's the key thing to focus on beyond how the tools are getting generated.
Thanks, Sid. Lalita, your turn.
Yeah, okay, so a couple of points. Manufacturers are very familiar with inventory, process, automation. So they will definitely appreciate AI with data, workflows, automation. The one big gap that was there was predictable outcomes. Now we have hope because that's what AI can do for us, create those predictable outcomes. Secondly, I see the talent within marketing teams change a bit. We're going to have a lot more tech guys with a flair for marketing. But the hiring situation will be a little tricky because you're going to have mid-managers hire younger guys with a better understanding of AI. So how do you interview somebody who knows better than you? So what's the manager to do? third thing which I see will be a big impact, organizations will have ethics committees, especially when you have unsupervised learning AI models, and you have, like he spoke about, biases that can get built in, then strong ethic committees within organizations which can supervise any AI initiatives will become important. These are the three things that I see.
Thanks, Lalita. Amitabh, 30 seconds. And we have one audience question. If somebody can drop a mic there. And Dipali, you got to run. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Dipali. We'll continue.
And for those of you who want to continue talking on this, this is my address on Twitter without the space between Dipali Nair. I spell Nair with a double A. You can easily find me on Google and also my podcast. But thank you very much.
And if you can't find her, ask ChatGPT. I'm sure she'll... Something's going to track it down. Thank you.
Probably find my phone number.
Thanks, Raghu.
Thank you, Dipali. Sorry, Amitabh, and then we'll go to the audience question.
Sure. So as Dipali was mentioning, like this is a super fast highway in terms of the innovation. So responsible AI is, that's where the most of the innovation is going to happen as we are looking at other areas. I'll take 3 examples, right?
One.
Okay, one, because of lack of time. I'll take liberty of one more from you. So all marketers need to collaborate with agencies. How can you ensure that you are not sharing your data, neither the agency is sharing their data, but still you are able to train your own model, taking advantage of some of the intelligence that is there with the agency, and vice versa, so that for a marketeer, it's more productive in terms of the target output that you want, right? So we have come up with a technology called Clean Rooms ML. It was announced yesterday in reInvent. And one more example is we are ensuring as a responsible AI, any image which is generated by Titan, our own model, Amazon's own model, it is watermarked. So I can talk about many other initiatives,
Sure.
just to highlight these 2 points.
That's a good example how things are headed. All right, the question.
Sorry, my question, just wanted to add a few things to what you guys said. My name is Sanjeev Mahajan, run a company called Lucky CX. Besides all the stuff that you guys have talked about, there's a number of other things that AI is being used for in marketing. Unfortunately, Ms. Nair is gone, but there's actually a lot of marketers. There's great convergence between technology and marketing, ma'am.
There is.
You know, we're not all techies. For example, AI in market research, huge application.
Yes.
Biggest problem for Coca-Cola, somebody mentioned Coca-Cola, they don't know who their customer is. AI helps you to resolve that. The D2C connection, which is missing, is what AI helps you to do. Customer engagement, customer retention. The biggest problem for e-commerce companies, 45 to 60% bounce rates. Okay, Nykaa, you mentioned. Nykaa has like 64% bounce rate from their website. That means, you know, 64% of visitors actually bounce out the first page without going further. That's a huge loss. They spend so much money on marketing. So I know there's a shortage of time, but I could go on. There's a huge number of things.
No, you're right. In fact, the same thing about Nykaa you mentioned, insurance companies have the same issue. In terms of the attrition, how do they really harness all the content that they get? And that's being done by AI. So very valid points. If you can actually get connected to somebody in this group, then we can take this forward. And we'd love to do that.
Well, Nirupam and I are connected.
All right, okay, done. Somebody else, one last, yeah.
Hi, my name is Sahil. I have a question regarding not just the use of AI, but there are a lot of other technologies also which are working in tandem with AI, right? So we have extended reality, we have virtual reality, and a lot of this is enabling MarTech in a big way. Now, looking at all those aspects and not talking about AI in isolation, do you think it makes sense for a company like, maybe automotive FMCG to set up an ad tech infrastructure in-house? While Ms. Dipali did mention about, leaving certain aspects to an agency, but given the kind of dependence that is there on technology with all these aspects, just want to take on that.
Well, everybody's going for the mic. All right, quick round. We start with, okay, Nirupam, yeah.
So I think again Dipali answered it somewhat that it depends, what your use case is, and if it is sufficiently good and big enough, you would want to do that because marketing is a core function for many businesses. For example, I won't name some of the telcos. Their only business is marketing. They don't own the network. They don't own anything. They're just doing marketing. And if they don't own that piece also, then what do they own actually? So yes, but again, there are platforms, independent platforms, which I think will become much more simplifying thing, and some businesses would actually want to leverage them instead of building it in-house. So it's a choice.
I think just because he mentioned VR and extended reality, I think just make the same analogy as with AI. You've seen systems getting more and more intelligent with, now you have generative AI. You have content becoming more and more rich. And so we've got from image to text to video. Pretty much all of the internet is video now. So the next movement is interactive content. So certainly AR, XR, VR. So I would definitely recommend that marketing teams take a look at that. Should you do it in-house as an XR metaverse company? Absolutely not. You should do it with Metamersive. But, but on a more serious note, I think the most important thing is beyond the technology, right? The customer hasn't changed. It may be AI, it may be AR, it may be VR, but it's still the human being on the other side that's consuming the content. So the idea is to make it compelling enough content married with technology on the back end, that'll work. So I think it makes sense to have a team that understands. I don't know if it makes sense to have a team in-house because these technologies are expensive, especially on the content side. Of course, they're getting cheaper with AI, but they're still pretty expensive. So you'd have to have enough volume to be able to do it.
Thanks, Sid. I think we are way over time now, but we'll try and connect offline. But thanks so much. We will come to you. Thanks so much. It was a very engaging panel with all of you, with the panelists and the audience. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raghavendra Rao, for this very interesting session. I'd like to also thank our other panelists, Ms. Dipali Nair, Mr. Amitava Nag, Mr. Nirupam Srivastava, Ms. Lalita Ravi, Mr. Sid Banerjee, and Professor Dr. Satyajit Chakravarti. Thank you very much for this very interesting session. We will now move on to our next session, which will be on a virtual mode. This is again a leadership keynote, Modernizing Your Enterprise Software. And our keynote speaker for this session is Mr. Jan Ban. He's the founder of Ban Company, Cordis and Vandenberg, and Chairman Vandenberg Group, Netherlands. We'll just take a moment to do the setup. We will now have this leadership keynote on a virtual mode, Modernizing Your Enterprise Software. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Jan Ban. He's the founder of Ban Company, Cordis and Vandenberg, and Chairman Vandenberg Group, Netherlands. So he will be with us here virtually to speak to us on modernizing your enterprise software.
Recording in progress.
পোডিয়ামে তো কেউ নেই বুঝেছি
Mr. Janban will be here with us shortly on the virtual mode, and he will be speaking on modernizing your enterprise software. We also have a wonderful leadership keynote on accelerating digital transformation with contemporary technologies. And then we will have a motivational session, which is embracing uncertainty and overcoming challenges. And the keynote speaker will be Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta, renowned Indian mountaineer and storyteller. And so here we have the session by Mr. Janban. He is the keynote speaker for modernizing your enterprise software.
Yeah, the floor is for me.
Yes, sir. You can speak. We're waiting for you. Warm
Okay,
welcome
thanks
to you.
very much.
Warm welcome to you, Mr. Janban.
Thanks. Nice meeting you all. And thanks for presenting this to you. Share with you my entrepreneurial journey I started in 1978 building ERP solutions with Baan Company, and one of my biggest success was being early bird in India. I built my software factory in 1987 in India, and it was a propelling element for Baan Company. We decided to bring all our intellectual property and everything to India, where most times you see that people going to India, they do more more have the master in the rest of the world, and let's say in India we did the opposite way, and we saw that was extremely effective for us because all our resources in India helped us to propel our solution. In 1993, we accepted a venture capital investment from Gen Atlantic Partners, and that all helped us to go to America, and we were extremely successful, especially by 1994, winning the most precious deal. That was the Boeing deal. 40,000 users of the Boeing company moved from mainframes to Unix solutions, and we were able to win that from Oracle and also from SAP, and that was even propelling Baan tremendous. And a year later, we did our IPO in America and became a unicorn. And in 1998, after 20 years, I decided to give over my CEO role to also another colleague, because I felt a little, even what we did became obsolete, because everything we built was built before the internet was there. And even I sold some shares, and I invested $100 million, even in 1999, in WebEx and Top Tier, two leading internet companies, and I saw that a little in the slipstream of Baan Company. But after, even in 99, I sold all my Baan shares because I came to the solution. I should burn my ships and focusing on what we call the real enterprise application cloud, business process management. Instead of silos, in Baan we had all these silos, and becoming leader. No, so even in 2000, Infor acquired Baan Company, and still the Baan products are still leading in the Infor portfolio. But I focused from Unix solutions even to what we called, with even our experience on the internet in Cordis, starting from scratch with BPM, and we built that quite interesting to bring all those resources together end to end. And then we moved further with the Cordis Process Factory, where we focus on low code, no code, building more what we say real the workflow jobs. No. And that was quite successful. And we had one big company, a customer, a leading automotive company with more than 100,000 employees, who adopted this technology for a Lotus Notice killer and replacing this one. But my board was seeing this too much as disruptive in Cordis. And a few years later, in 2009, I acquired this Cordis Process Factory private with the money I made from here. And I went in my third wave, what we called from systems of record to systems of differentiation. I moved to system of innovation. And that helped us where we are today with building products and even linking ERP together. That means leading for purpose was disruptive innovation, always with the newest technology wave. Rebuild your logic. Now, Baan on Unix, Cordis, an enterprise cloud platform, but for end-to-end business. And in Vandenberg, we built what we called an application development accelerator for one version of the truth and avoiding vendor lock-in. Now, I wrote for me an autobiography, my 3 books, and you can, as a gift from me, you can download this one, and you will see the slides. The 600 pages explaining these 3 waves, adopting always the newest technology. And what we let me share it in early bird in India, in Hyderabad. First we moved in Bombay in 1987 in Mumbai, and then we went to Hyderabad where it was totally rocky, and we built one of the first campus, the Vandenberg campus in Hyderabad. I built it with my private money, dealing with Chandrababu Naidu, and I think it was extremely successful even for Baan Company. A big campus, and we moved there. ERP. In 1998, Baan was one of the players, what Gartner mentioned, Bob's, Baan, Oracle, PeopleSoft, and SAP, the leaders in ERP. Gartner ranked SAP as the biggest, and Baan, I should say, as maybe the most innovative company, the best one. And we were dealing in this world. And the founder of ERP, Lee Wiley, he wrote me last couple of months ago a letter because he invented the name ERP. Lee was very effective in IT in manufacturing by General Motors. He moved to IBM and then he became the CIO in Gartner. And he invented the name of ERP. It's a young 33 years ago when, since I delivered a speech in Gartner's conference, creating the ERP framework, where it before was MRP2. Now MRP was first MRP1 was material requirements planning, MRP2 manufacturing resource planning, and it moved to ERP. And now he mentioned ERP, although from all these MRP software executives I met, after this one, and they give me a nice compliment, you were the only one with a clear vision in the future. And he mentioned that I brought it even to complex business solutions. Now, we talked over ERP, but maybe the name E is a little misleading. Because ERP never became enterprise. It was maybe more entity. It was maybe more department. Enterprise, bringing all these processes together was a problem. And that was the reason I moved further. Now, what was the problem with ERP? In end of the 90s, maybe McKinsey or Pricewaterhouse, all these, what we say, strategy consultants became engaged with what we call business process re-engineering. That means if we re-engineer all our business processes, we can have a much better EBITDA. And what they did with business architects, they described the as-it-is situation and tried to build the to-be situation. But they could do it only with off-the-shelf products. That means translation business to IT, you need still the help of the bands or the SAPs and the Oracles, etc. And people are saying, okay, first what we need in an RFP, a request for proposal. We go to Waldorf and we hope that SAP is winning. And then you have a lot of services after, but then you start with 60,000 database tables. ERP became extremely complicated. But to the to-be situation, ERP has not a total fit. Even you have to start with customization. Now that means from this moment, you start first to install it and go to 100,000 parameters from the plain ERP version. Then you have to go to the to-be situation, and even then you bring a lot of what we call bespoke work. That means we are no longer able to implement a new version. We start with customization, and then we destroy everything. And it's a big problem today. I mean, you have a massive stuff, you do the customization, and then after 5 years, it takes longer than expected. Maybe you made it, but extremely costly. You pay a little amount for SAP for vanilla, but the implementation is very expensive for the system integrators and the customization. We made it on the end, but ERP became the mother of all complexity, in my opinion, therein. Now, and that was for me the reason to change and say, okay, what is then today the world of ERP? ERP stuck from the legacy in last century. And we have seen that IT increased tremendous. We have seen that the browser came in 1995. We had the Netscape, came with the browser, changing the world of the internet. And then after that, we have mobility. Apple, Google, Samsung brought the mobility. Then we moved off the world of social, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Then we have the Amazon effect. And it moved to cloud, where Salesforce was more leading in the cloud. And we moved to Google Cloud Technology, amazing to see what's going there. And big data was analyzed. And we've seen the consumerization of big data, even with TensorFlow tools like even what you can see today in Google, etc. And we moved to the Internet of Things. But the problem is, ERP could not follow. ERP stuck with the Y2K problems, and they moved to India, and hundreds of thousands of people were able to fix the Y2K problem for all those ERP systems. And then in this century, we were able to bring the old logic, rebuild it, and moved it in this world. But there is a big gap. There is a big gap because ERP had not fit for the internet, and was built for logic before the internet was there. And there's a big gap with all this new technology. It's still what we've seen, traditional system integrators are doing it, obsolete 4GL, legacy solutions, and totally vendor lock-in. And in the last 20 years, there's not so much improvement herein. Now, what I did, I quit, and I was thinking to adopt all this new technology and build a bridge to the old world and the new world. This is what we did in Vanenburg. And we built what we call the Vandenberg Generative Apps Platform, where we, on top of Google, incorporate all technology with IoT and everything together, with big data, APIs, cloud native, code generating, no vendor lock-in, including this DevOps, security, machine learning, and built everything as a microservice. As a microservice, and built everything to what I called the business of the Internet of Business. And in the Internet of Business, we are able to adopt the old stuff and bring the technology on the front end for the new stuff. Now, what we did here, that means we respect the systems of record and built this platform in the Internet of Business. But I see three types of Internet. The Internet of Business with the Internet of Things and the Internet of People. And how can we combine this together? Now, Internet of Things, you should do it in late binding on the latest moment, bring this only together in the workflow solution. Now, that's what we did now. On this one, we built our Flow Create product, real focusing on the workflow on the Internet of Things and link all the things three together. 1 second before the transaction, you can take this stuff. And let me explain a little here. Now, what is the real, what we see addressing the key need? We see more and more, even in India, a development shortage. It's hard to find good Java programmers, and we need hundreds of thousands of them. Faster time to market is needed. We see amazing emergence of no-code, low-code performing, productivity tooling, cloud native applications who make it very attractive, big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning. But what are the pain points? It is hard to understand the customer. Still today, it's unclear requirements. We cannot talk with the business owners. IT could not be aligned with the business. Now, that's what I did for the last 20 years. Aligning IT with business and have an incorporate the business immediately in the front end. I will show you more things in IT. And therefore, in the past, we're missing timelines. There's no need to do it 10 times faster. And no code, low code cannot even fulfill this one because low code, no code is amazing, but it's hard to do the last mile. It's very good to win every proof of concept, but the last mile is still difficult and it's hard to understand, even with low code, no code, the requirements of the business. Performance, security, afterthoughts, what you do, and how to leverage best practice and how to empower my developers. Now, that's what we spent in the last 15 years. And we are able to increase the productivity of a Java programmer at least by 4 times and generate 80% of Java code. And the last mile can be done by the Java code. Scaling is no longer a problem. And especially even with our core resource in India, we have an attractive rate for hours in combination with India and the Netherlands for labor costs. And I like to avoid vendor lock-in totally. No vendor lock-in should be there. Now, how are we doing this one? First, let me share a little bit you the functionality of low code and what means it. Now, low code, no code, it means we see the power of Power Apps from Microsoft and AppSheet from Google. But the problem is those problems are amazing for simple applications for the citizen, for very simple apps, but you can't do the complex apps. And here we built what we call our Flow Create, our integration platform as an alternative. Later on a little more. Now, then we've seen these low-code players like OutSystems, Mendix, amazing technology, run my process, process maker. But the last mile cannot be done here, and still you need a Java .NET programmer. And only a small part is doing here, and you have the biggest elements over here. Now, what we did with my 45 years of experience, we built a solution for these tools here with Rapid, an accelerator for advanced apps, and combine that with all the backend solutions. Now, how are we doing this one? We call it composing enterprise applications, combine it with data and AI. That means in my last century, when I built ERP, and I became one of the fathers of ERP, now, we built it on Unix, quite early bird. We built it before the internet on relational database, and everything was data-driven. Now, I quit, and I start again with metadata and with internet technology, and we have seen that instead of the ASCII terminal, the UI was in hand of the browser. The browser was connecting the dots, and the browser became extremely important to this. And here we built what we call end-to-end applications. BPM, bring all those processes together and have them all together in an end-to-end environment. above SAP, Oracle, Bansk product, PeopleSoft product, bring them all together and optimize them in your business processes. But BPM was very complicated. And we called data became information. But now we moved a big step further with big data. And now we have seen the API is now in the hands of the REST API, where you see the consumerization of microtechnology and all those powerful stuff are available. And with big data, we are able to even bring information to knowledge and see real the algorithms, etc., and link them even to all those applications. And we moved in the world of big data. But now again, we have seen a big step forward. And then we moved from even what we say a little the Docker type of elements. The containerization makes development of software 10 times or 50 times easier, especially with Kubernetes. And we see now data is becoming semantic data, and that's what we're doing with Rapid. With this Kubernetes stuff, we are able now to build intelligence for the knowledge worker, and we can follow and provide the knowledge worker with AI functionality. Now that's what we're doing now. We generate microservices, adopting all those, say, legacy applications, and generate now immediately a dynamic workflow based on, with Kubernetes, on semantic data, a dynamic workflow based on machine learning AI. And 1 second before the transaction, I can integrate every sensor from IoT. And it means the app for the knowledge worker is included with all IoT components in a dynamic way for the job to be done. Now, that is the most important elements what we see in the business. It's moving from the back-end solutions complicated to improve the job to be done. Peter Drucker mentioned already that the job to be done can be 2 times better. That means, is it the sensor, is it our common sense? It's not the sensor, but it's the knowledge worker with the wisdom who is driving it. Like autonomous cars, the Tesla, the latest moment is difficult, we have a steering wheel. See the same? This autonomous one, we can generate 80% of the source code immediately with the tools here, what we see in Rapid, but the latest moment can be done by hand, even for the knowledge worker in Java. Now that means what we do, we have a studio where we acquire all business knowledge immediately and immediately prototype it. Before we start working coding, we talk already over the UIs, etc. This is what we do in the afternoon. And then you generate again and again and again, and you can finish it with your own source code. Now, this is a revolution to increase and build extremely complex solutions very, very fast. Now, and around this one, where the business analyst can do everything, we productize all the other elements. With CI/CD, with 1 single click, you have your pipeline scripts automatically included, multi-cloud, where you can run on every cloud, with your BigQuery, and everything is immediately the synchronization to the stuff and no vendor lock-in because everything is open in an open environment. Now, that brings me to a conclusion and show a little here in what we're doing. It means Rapid, we are able in a very fast way, building it often 10 times faster applications, complex applications. We do it in a few weeks. And with Flow Create, we do this real, what we say, microservices on the latest mile and do it extremely rapidly and especially task-oriented workflows. And we build a tool there. Every document now can be a dynamic document with Google OCRs, etc. We take every document because the document is representing already the job to be done from the traditional systems. Now we can incorporate them and make them even as microservice together therein. Okay, coming here to a conclusion. If you need more, even you can follow him with Baswata. I let Eve the name here a little. In your presentation, you can see it a little here, what we do. But coming to a conclusion therein, if you need more. Okay, let me stop sharing a little. What I like to share with you is what we did in our 45 years of experience. 3 times I burned my ships. I was one of the early birds doing intellectual property in India. It was already in the 80s. And we are extremely successful with my Indian people. We're going around the world. The core people joined me again in Cordis, where we built business processes end to end. I burned again my ships, and we are now in the front world, in the world where we say even where the workflow is now in the driver's seat to do this one. Now, I hope that I contribute with this one to your conference, especially to your you guys who are real specialized in IT and bringing IT to business, because the core element is not understanding the IT. Because with IT, suppose that we have a company with $100 million revenue, there's maybe only 1.5 million IT and maybe 10 million EBITDA, and $90 million cost is there. Now, what we see, what Peter Drucker mentioned, the knowledge worker can increase 2 times the work to be done, and that means there's a lot of EBITDA available where IT is now incorporated with machine learning, etc., in everything we do in the knowledge worker. Thank you very much for hearing me. Maybe if I'm not sure if there is a question or so, I can answer it if there is time for it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janban. And it was wonderful hearing you speak, and I hope we have more interactions in the future again. Thank you very much for your speech at the INFOCOM Kolkata 2023. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Okay. Have a good day. Enjoy it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next leadership keynote, Accelerating Digital Transformation with Hyper-Contemporary Technologies. And our keynote speaker is Mr. Kaushik Basu, Executive Vice President, Global Delivery, TCG Digital. I will request Mr. Kaushik Basu to kindly come on stage. He's going to be speaking on accelerating digital transformation with hyper-contemporary technologies. Please put your hands together for Mr. Kaushik Basu as I welcome him onto the dais.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank all of you for staying very patiently to hear me out in this session. Before I start, maybe a brief introduction about myself would be in order. So I am a Kolkata boy. Went to school here in Don Bosco. Then I did my engineering in IIT Kharagpur. I joined the IT industry way back, more than 25 years back. Started my career in Salt Lake Sector 5, in PricewaterhouseCoopers. Then when IBM acquired the consulting practice of PwC, I set up the service lines in IBM India. After that, I went to the UK, where I was responsible for the consulting services in Europe for high technology and telecoms, right? And then in my career, I have worked across multiple industries focusing on digital transformation. So I have a perspective which I wanted to share with this audience. And the perspective has been formed based on my work experience. So most of what I'm going to talk about today is based on what I've seen implemented in corporations across the world. I think where we are today, I call it an inflection point. And the reason I call it an inflection point is we have hyper-contemporary technologies which have matured to a point where I think a lot of new opportunities have opened up, and for all of us, right? And from my experience, where I worked in telecoms, in oil and gas, and now I am responsible for AI and ML applications working out of TCG Digital. I see at this point in time a huge opportunity for all of us in terms of looking at what technology can provide in terms of capability, but also identifying trends in those capabilities and gluing or stitching together those capabilities to come up with outcomes which are of interest to all of us in the business world. Now, let me just quickly, there's a lot of words here, but just to take on from what I said before, we are at an inflection point. And today I'm going to talk about 4 key technologies and probably end, because I have 20 minutes, I'm going to end the presentation with some examples from the real world where we will see how these 4 pillars of digital transformation converge and actually deliver value to the industries that we work in. Cloud computing, right? And I've just, instead of getting into the technical details, I wanted to just give you my perspective from a user's perspective, how this has changed. When I started my career, cloud computing was all about moving from desktops to servers in the back office to hosted environments provided by cloud providers like Amazon, like Microsoft, etc. So that's something we all understand. From our perspective, we used to buy licenses for Microsoft Office. Now it's subscription-based, right? In the previous, I don't know if you are as old as I am, when I first brought Microsoft Office and I loaded it on my laptop, there were 16 CDs I had to put one after the other into the drive so that I could install Microsoft Office. Now it's done in a click of a button. In fact, the software is not even on your desktop. You're actually using compute elsewhere, right? I'm going to talk about some examples later in terms of what that means for us. Big data. This is, again, something that has been around for a long time. Those of us who have been in IT, we have actually worked with big data, or we have been working with big data without even knowing it, right? So if you look at it, in the old, not even old, maybe 10 years back, 15 years back, we had relational data stores, right? And when we used to build applications, we used to build applications where we used to store structured data. Now, data comes in all types, right? So it's structured, it's unstructured. And more importantly, it's no longer the data, it's the context around the data. So just to give an example, right? I make a transaction on Amazon, right? That's fine. So I buy dishwasher tablets for my dishwasher, which is what I did yesterday, right? But what is more important is my profile. What kind of profile do I have, right? Where did I buy it? At what point in time in the day did I buy it? What other things did I buy? What did I buy before? In fact, if they want to track, right? What our customers with my profile are buying? What brands are they buying? So just this one transaction, this was what we would have stored in the past. Now we are storing other contextual data around that transaction. That's also what's driving big data, right? And why are we doing this? Because compute and storage is so cheap nowadays, right? And let me walk around a bit, right? Because I want to also be alert, right? So storage is cheap. And I talked about the example, right? So where in the old days, CD after CD after CD. Now, it's not really an issue, right? And you pay for per use. So again, cloud computing, big data coming together. AI algorithms. When I was in the US, when I did my master's, I worked on AI theory in the late 90s. So we had AI, right? But we couldn't commercialize AI. The fact is, the algorithms that you see in AI applications were most probably discovered, invented in the 2000s, even in the late 1990s. What's happened today is, because we have big data, we can store it on cheap storage. We also don't need to buy anything. We have compute on demand. We have storage on demand. We have networking on demand. This means that we can now apply AI algorithms which were discovered or invented years back today, right? I think there was a speaker before me, and there was a talk about ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT, if you look at it, the actual details, it's a large language model. It has been trained with humongous amounts of data, right? And that's possible because, not just because of the algorithm that they're using or the LLM that they're using, that's because the other two are in place. And finally, IoT. This is very important. If you look at the trends, right, of digital transformation, when we first started talking about digital transformation, I was a consultant, right? And I used to sell digital consultant projects to customers worldwide. We used to talk about digitally transforming the workplace. So if I have I think there was a panel for marketeers or the marketing, the CMOs. So we looked at how do I transform the marketing office? How do I transform my finance office? How do I transform my logistics office? Right? And then more importantly, how do I bring all of this together? That was some time back. Then we said, okay, that's done. What next? And as consultants, we have to always think about new ideas, right, to be relevant, right, so that we can continue to sell our services, right? And then the next wave was you transform the front office and the extension of the front office, which is the ecosystem around the company. So it's not just how well my marketing department is performing. Fintech companies, right? Companies which exist by orchestrating transactions between companies. Companies which exist, digital marketing companies, by selling data about products and services to other companies. This was the second wave of digital transformation. So we'll focus not just on our company, our departments, but how do we operate across? How do we operate in the ecosystem? And finally, the third wave is when we actually look at bringing in machines, which is the IoT wave. Right? So that's the transformation that's happening in the industry. There's some detailed slides here. Just some data points. I talked about big data, talked about volume. The important thing is the variety, right? And I talked about unstructured data. I talked about all of this. The key thing here is that people now understand the value of digital transformation is mining this. And the most important part of understanding the data is, because data is so cheap now, right? You can just store it on the cloud. So let's say the number 29. What does it mean? The temperature of the day? Does it mean my age? Does it mean the number of dishwasher tablets that I bought yesterday? That's the context. I don't know. That's probably more important. Right? So, and also, the technologies have evolved, so we can store all of this, whether it's structured data, textual data, network data, time series data, you name it. Sorry. You can store it. And the velocity, someone told me, and I'd read this somewhere, that since the dawn of civilization, since till, let's say, the early 2000s, the amount of data that was generated, since the dawn of civilization, since 2002, 3, the amount of data, that's the same amount of data we are generating today per day. Just to give you some context, right? Cloud, I talked about some context setting there. Uber, Netflix. I mean, this is the reason we put this there is because you will relate to this. In Uber and Netflix, what's common? The common part is nothing is constant. The number of rides that happen at a particular hour, in a day, in a month, in a year is not constant. They, in fact, have something like, they have surge pricing. Netflix, the patterns of viewing change per day. I was in a telecom company. You know what they're doing? You have this telecom towers. We all see that for mobile phones. They're virtualizing the radio and the backbone, which you don't see because fiber optic underneath the ground. They're putting that in the cloud. And what they're saying is, if a lot of people go to Eden Gardens to watch a World Cup match, and they're actually taking video, they're taking snapshots, they're sharing it with friends, then traffic surges. If I can temporarily move more network dynamically when the match is going on, my user experience, because I used to consult for operators, right? Big operators in India. My user experience goes up. So if someone is on, let's say, I'm on Airtel, someone is on Jio, and the user experience for my phone is different from the other phone, you automatically get a lot of marketing. But all of that is possible only if you have everything on the cloud. So that the key word here is we can dynamically adjust the workloads that are going onto the cloud. IoT, this excites me. And I'm going to spend probably the last 5 minutes just talking about some use cases. Again, some numbers. 75 billion connections, $11 trillion. And and some of you may have heard about connected devices, right? So if you have Samsung or iPhones, you will have connected devices apps. If you go to a power plant, if you go to a refinery, right? There are so many devices or machinery out there. If you think about putting IoT devices on each device, or each machine, sorry, which measure temperature, pressure, vibrations, etc., all of that in real time, I can think of an app that I can probably gather a lot of stats and apply AI, ML to cut down my operational costs. All of that will be possible if I have these IoT devices talking to each other and to a centralized server somewhere through good connectivity. And also, I should be able to store the data that's streaming in from all of these devices on cheap storage on the cloud. Again, the thing is, all these 4 hyper-contemporary technologies are working together, enabling solutions. AI, I think this is a vast subject by itself, but I just wanted to give you a flavor. I don't really want to talk about it. AI is nothing new. So we had AI around for a long time. But the important thing here is, this is the data. Data is like, what we're trying to do with AI is look at patterns. That's the nirvana. That's what we're trying to do. There are classical methods of looking at AI, but it's always an approximation. What AI now allows you to do, the algorithms that we now have, allow you to look at multiple patterns at the same time. I'm putting it in a at a very high level, but looking at patterns at a high level, and basically based on data, historical data provide predictions which we wouldn't have got otherwise, right? You could actually have statistical predictions, but statistics, by definition, regression paths, right? They fit a particular curve. It may be linear, it may be non-linear, but it fits that curve. So there will be, by definition, data points which don't fit that curve. And that's how our human brain works, right? We are we can recognize images much quicker and faster, right? Because we can deal with, if I look at a photograph with half of the face hidden, I can still recognize that person, because my brain can fill in the other half. Statistical algorithms won't be able to do that. And that's where AI comes in. Now, when we talk about digital transformation, I gave you a flavor of we are living at a point in time where we now have an opportunity, because all these technologies have come together. When you look at it practically, right, the first thing you need to do is get the data. And this data could be plant data from your manufacturing operations. It could be data from your consumers. It could be data from your back office. It could be contextual data flowing in from social media. It could be anything. Get the data in. That's the first thing. Store it. And then someone needs to monitor it, either humans or robots. That's the first step in my digital transformation journey right now, in the new world we are living in. The second step is, once you have got the data, you can start utilizing the data. Maybe some dashboards, right? Maybe some simple computes, which look at the data. So if you have plant data coming in, you can have alerts, right? So if my machinery A has a capacity of X, if it's below that, I will get an alert, which is my control. Optimization is where AI comes in. So I've got all the data in, I've got the historical data, I've got some understanding of the quality of that data. Then I can start thinking about AI algorithms to optimize the process which is generating the data. Data without a process doesn't have any meaning. So the ultimate objective here is to optimize the process. It could be I'm trying to sell something on the web. It could be I'm trying to optimize a process within an oil and gas refinery, which I will come to later as an example. It could be also something like optimizing an airline operation, like minimizing the number of baggages that don't arrive in time. It can be anything. And this is what I'm trying to say. It's your imagination. It's not limited now because we now have the technology. You can think about whatever you want to apply, and then the technology should be there to support. But you can't do that in the big bang. You go through what I call this maturity curve. And finally, autonomy, where you have, I call it AI square. AI controlling AI, which is then you don't have human intervention. You have something called a closed loop. So you have an optimization process, you're making decisions on what is needed for optimization, and you're letting the AI actually implement it in the real world. So in my example, if I think that by changing some parameters in an industrial process, I can increase the yield of whatever I'm manufacturing, I don't want a human to actually implement the recommendations. I will use an AI agent to actually act on it. Financial services. I'm a trader. AI discovers a trading opportunity where I can make a lot of money. The AI agent executes the trade. I don't. It's a leap of faith. But that's what we are talking about when we say autonomy. And that's where Industry 4.0, and you will have heard the term, to Industry 5.0 comes in, because 5.0 is about ethics. To what extent do we allow AI to take control of our lives? I think someone talked about ethics in a previous session. What is needed for all of that to happen is, from a technology perspective, and I need to talk about technology a bit because this is an IT session, is you need to look at all sorts of data that needs to come in. You need to look at storing all of that data, which can be of different types. And I talked about the fact that you have different kinds of storage requirements now because you have unstructured, structured data. Then you have data management, which is all about MDM, making sense of what you have stored. Data contextualization, which is making a lot of sense. We call it putting a domain context to it. I give you an example of the number 29. What does it mean? Number of dishwasher tablets, my age, it can be anything. It's the context. And then once you all of that, then you apply AI and ML to mine that data. And then you have a dashboard or any kind of visualization tools to allow you to look at what that data actually provides in terms of intelligence or optimization opportunities. So, sorry. 1 second. Yeah. So for us, when we talk about digital transformation, this is what we need. In my current role, in my current company, what we are doing is we have a product called TCG MQ, where we are actually trialing out all these use cases. But the point is not the product. It's the fact that you should have a set of capabilities which are integrated. And because all of us should be focusing on the business value, not on the IT side. You should look at platforms which actually deliver all of this out of the box. These are real examples. This is the largest airline in the world. For confidentiality reasons, I can't talk about the name. But as you can see here, this is a typical business transformation journey that this airline went through, right? And this is over 2 or 3 years. And it's cutting across sales and commercials. That's the back office, airline operations, back office. Sorry, sales and commercials, back and front office. Airline operations is back office. Airport operations is ecosystem. It's not the airline. It's the ecosystem the airline operates in. And you can look at, I can just give you some, 2 examples, right? Reduction in lobby staff through self-service check-in, right? We all have gone to airports and there's self-service but it's positioning the self-service kiosks. And can we do that dynamically? Depending on the day of the week, depending on how many passengers check in, depending on which gates the passengers come in to check in. Because, remember, I am rushing to catch my flight. If my self-service kiosk is far away from, I will go to the check-in desk and check in. That's my human tendency. Now, the gates that I'm going to use to catch my flight will vary, because that's not in my control as an airline. Optimization problem. So that's what they've done using AI/ML, for instance, right? The other example is mishandled bags. We all have faced situations where bags have not arrived on time. So here, we have examples where if a bag is not on the same flight, it's automatically decided by an AI algorithm which other flight the bag needs to be routed through so that they can reach along with the passenger. Very, very complex problem. Thousands of flights, millions of bags in a day. Big, big impact on customer satisfaction. We live in a digital world. If I log into an airline review, you know what you see? The comments will be mostly related to food on the flight and whether my bag arrived on time. These are the two things. If you do everything right, but your bag does not arrive on time, you will hate your experience. And you will remember it for 10 years. I did. For 10 years, I did not fly that particular airline because my bag did not arrive, and I did not have my suit with me, and I had 3 important business meetings that I had to go through. I did not fly that airline for 3 years, multiple years. So the other key thing is they did not do everything big bang. They identified an opportunity. They got all the data in, what I talked about. Then they talked about where I can add business value, and they did it incrementally. This one, another example, and again, real world. This is a petrochem refinery or a petrochemical industry, in fact, in India. But here, you look at what's in this, I don't know whether this has a laser pointer, but right there, you have something called a real-time optimizer. What has happened here is we have built a digital twin of our process. And a refinery is like a city, right? You go in and then you have all this process equipment. But then, it's very, very expensive if you make the wrong decision. If you make the wrong decision, you may lose crores in terms of a day. The problem is opportunity loss. You don't know whether you are losing crores, because unless you try out something new, you won't be able to figure out that you may have made more money. It's very expensive to do in the real world because of the time it takes and the expertise it takes. If you have AI-based digital twins, and this is where generative AI, we have things like GAN, right? Generative adversarial networks, where we are looking at ChatGPT-based, kind of ChatGPT-based algorithms, but we're augmenting that based on a model where the AI predicts an outcome, we are comparing it with the actual outcome. And then it's like, you know, there's a lot of press going on in terms of Bollywood actresses and whether the pictures are fake or not. I don't know whether you have picked that up in your social media feeds. So there's generative AI. The bad thing is you can use that to produce fake images. If you use that positively, you can actually try to use generative AI to come up with, in this case, all possible combinations of the plant, which will actually lead to better yield. And then you have another AI working in tandem and saying that, okay, that's realistic, but that's fake. That recommendation will not work. I'm just trying to explain it to you. It's slightly more complex than that. But look at this. If I can do this I can do a digital twin of pretty much any complex process industry model. And those of you who are in the manufacturing world, this is a big opportunity for you. And it's not just process. It could be anything that we are trying to model. The fun part is, previously, we used to have to understand the chemical engineering processes for this. I had to be a chemical engineer to understand. But with the AI, it will figure it out. One issue there, which we are still trying to work on, is the explainability part of it. Because if I have a chemical engineer working on it, it'll be easier to explain. If not, that's that. But the message I'm leaving here is, these are real examples where we are adding a lot of value to digital transformation. That's all I had to say today. I don't know whether I'm out of time or whether there's any room for questions. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaushik Basu. May I request Mr. Oman Thomas, National Head of Advertisement Sales, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Kaushik Basu.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A round of applause for
Thank
Mr.
you.
Kaushik Basu for sharing those valuable information with us. Thank you very much, sir, for your interesting presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Oman Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, you will love this session, the next session that I'm about to present to all of you right now, because it is also after my heart. It's a motivational session on embracing uncertainty and overcoming challenges. And the speaker is Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta. He's a renowned Indian mountaineer and storyteller. He's called the man who dared to dream. Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta is an Indian mountaineer who is currently holding the Guinness World Record for being the youngest in the world to have climbed the highest mountain of all the 7 continents and the highest volcanoes of all the 7 continents. Mr. Satyarup has skied the last degree to South Pole and is gearing up for the last degree skiing in North Pole this coming April. Recently, Mr. Satyarup and his team became the first Indian team to climb Mount Brahma in Kishtwar region of Jammu, which was summited after 43 years. And this mountain was climbed earlier only 4 times, all by foreign teams. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and give a thunderous round of applause to Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta on stage to hear about his inspirational journey. A warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Can we have the slides? Yeah, all those techie talks and everything, I think you might have got bored, but let me make you fasten your seatbelts, because what I'm going to do now is a thunderous session. Are you guys with me or are you sleeping? Yes. All right, before I start, I wanted to just play this video for you.
The mountains and our lives have this in common. The ups and downs.
Can we have the sound?
Of the unknown. The conquerors of Kilimanjaro and the great leaders have this in common. Attending INFOCOM.
So this was the INFOCOM flag that I took at Mount Kilimanjaro just before, in last October. And yeah, I just wanted to show this one for you. And thanks for coming here and spending time. And when I say time, time is the most precious commodity, because you cannot buy not even a single minute of time in your life with all the money in the world. So with this, I start the session, embracing uncertainties and overcoming challenges. Hi, this is Satyarup Siddhanta, and I have climbed the highest mountains and the highest volcanoes of all the 7 continents, and I've skied to the South Pole. And for the last 5 years, my North Pole expedition is getting cancelled. So it might look very flowery that, he came, he saw, he conquered. But behind this has a lot more failures, lot more struggles, lot more resilience. But when I look back at the journey, I feel I don't believe myself that the path that I have crossed. But then I take immense pride in fluttering the national flag in some of the remotest and some of the highest points in the world. And yes, I currently hold the Guinness World Record for the last 5 years as the youngest in the world. But now when at the age of 35 I got that award, at that record, I was wondering that people typically have those records as like 3-year-old make that youngest, 5-year-old make that youngest. So 35 years youngest, then something is wrong with this sport. But yes, that's why it's not a sport, it's adventure sport. And here, yes, there is winning, but there is no losing, because if you come back alive, you are always winning. Summit is optional, but coming back is always mandatory. In this journey, as I told, that behind all those good-looking things, you have, just like in your profession as well, you have a lot of planning, a lot of risk analysis, mitigations. You have to do a lot of funding, sponsors, and doing all those things. And it actually teaches me this. People ask me, what is your education qualification? I don't just say that I am a software engineer, but I say, I've done an MBA. And they ask me, from where? I told, from the mountains. Because you have to find your own sponsors, you have to do your own planning, you have to do your own funding, you have to do your own marketing, you have to do all sales. Yeah, so I can safely say that it was been an MBA. And this journey so far has been quite exciting, like this. Can we have the sound, please? So this is in Antarctica. We fortified our tents. We thought the katabatic wind was coming, we knew, but we were safe inside. Then I woke up my partner, tent partner, and said, hey, it's windy. And he told, what can you expect in Antarctica? It will be windy. And the next 5 minutes, this happened. Our tent was flattened. And temperature outside was minus 40 degrees centigrade. And we had no other choice than to embrace this uncertainty, and you have to get into the field to work, to fix. We can't lament and see that, oh my God, what happened, whatever. There is no chance to do that. You have to just come out, you have to make your things, and all this is possible when you are working as a team. And while we are doing, we ensure that we enjoy that work as well. No matter what, even in that extreme situation, you can see, we try to make it light, but we know in the back of our mind that there is no scope for any mistakes. So sometimes it gets even more adventurous, or should I say misadventure. So here, this is me. I was getting helicopter rescued, so that is me, and the helicopter is up. But trust me, it was my mistake where I landed in this kind of situation, but I had the best of the views of the mountains from here. And some of my friends has put a James Bond music there. But I love to call myself, hi, I am Bond, vagabond. Yeah, but then, and sometimes the journey is also thrilling. This is in Papua New Guinea. And in this journey, sometimes you meet some people and you face your fears, a lot of self-doubts at times. But then some people you meet who reminds you of your strength, who reminds you of who you are. And one such guy was this. And the guy who was recording this, I was like so angry that why he was recording, but he was saying that, what if we fall? Nobody can blame me that we have pushed you. So that's a record. And if you fall, your dead body will also not be found. So yeah, all these things make sense because at the end, when you reach the summit, you actually represent your country. And yeah, so yes. Now you have seen this picture just now. Do you recall? Yeah, I was working on this, isn't it? Why I wanted to show you this particular picture is, this is a problem in hand, isn't it? Stakes are pretty high, you fall, you're dead, just like your business. You have to take a huge decision, say changing one platform from Azure to AWS or from on-premises to cloud, so many things you have, right? And then here I stand there thinking what to do. Should I not? A lot of fear, a lot of self-doubt. And at this moment, you see that guy, he was the local guide there, and he knew that I have climbed so many mountains and this and that, and this was a perfect opportunity for him to give those tanas, hey, what kind of mountaineer you are, you cannot cross this, right? But what he did, what are the choices that he has? He could have directed, come like this, come like that, or he could have scolded me like, this also you can't do. But what he chose to do was he observed, and then he came as if it was a highway. He was just like walking. And I knew that it's very slippery. And I was just watching him in awe. And then he just came and gave me a pat at the back and told, yes, you can do it. And trust me, I suddenly felt like all the strength back in me, all the self-doubts went off. And sometimes in our life also we need some people, the leaders who are here, I think this is so important for you to go back to your team. And this small tap had made sure that I also crossed that particular log, just like as he did. So he led, he had different kinds of leadership choice, but he chose lead by example kind of leadership. And then that's what I call leadership. So I love mountains because these mountains, every step you get so much insights, so much metaphors, because mountains are not mountains just like physical mountains. They are like manifestation of your fear, of your self-doubt. You look eye to all those fears. You break those barriers and self-limiting beliefs, and just you move on. I was diagnosed from asthma when I was 8 years, and life was almost like I didn't know what to do because I lost the playground as most of our kids of our age would have gone through. But then the choice was that I could have lamented, oh my God, why I lost that, I couldn't play this, play that. But because I was not conditioned to be like that, I chose my own playgrounds. I chose to walk on those parapets and boundary walls and climb trees, and eventually all my mohalla people, the kids, they also started following this kind of passion. So unknowingly, I realized that, I was actually implementing a growth mindset than a victim mindset. But then this went on, and the inhaler became my, my friend for life. And I thought life was going so smooth, everything. But one fine day when I was in college in 2001, I was going out of the college campus and I had an attack. And when I had an attack, I realized suddenly that I didn't carry my inhaler for the first time. So I was lying in the road, trying to gasp. I was trying to breathe some air, but it's the situation was as if a fish is taken out from the water. That day I thought I will die. But after 10 minutes, naturally, it started getting to normalize. So I was very angry on myself and frustrated, thinking that why am I so dependent on this inhaler and all. But then, out of all those dark things, a little bit of silver lining I could figure out. I realized that without inhaler, I am not going to die. Yes, that 10 minutes was horrible, that 10 minutes I had to endure. But that moment, I think, hope was born. And I decided that I am not going to give easy access to the inhalers. And the next few months was horrible even more because the body was so conditioned to having those inhalers. But suddenly I stopped giving it. And I had to literally run back to my hostel room to take that one puff. But I was so adamant, and I was ready for any outcome. And all I knew was 10 minutes of endurance can give me freedom. And with that, I had this transformation, and I started doing the same thing again and again and again and again for 7 years. Till in 2008, my team leader in Bangalore, he showed me a picture of a hill. Trust me, those picture was not of Himalayas, not of Andes, not of any other exotic places. That was a very small hill in Tamil Nadu called Parvatmalai. And for the first thing, like, the immense joy came in that, oh man, this is something like, those who are Bengalis here, they might relate. There was a book called Chander Pahad, The Mountains of the Moon, and all those characters of Shankar and Tintins and Phantoms came up, but then I came back to reality. What if I go there and die? Because it's like a dog's death if you go there and if you have an attack. And I couldn't tell my boss that I was asthmatic background because he will not take me. But the next few days, so I asked him, can I do it? And my boss was like 3 times my size, and he told, if I could do, why can't you? And those were so magic words. The words of encouragement, which in today's world are very rare. Like, so always people are there to criticize you, but who gives you encouragement? But then I went back and started thinking, and one fine day, suddenly I realized that, you know what? What if I relate this mountain to a multi-storied building? So if I have an attack in ground floor, the medicine is that inhaler. If I have an attack in the 10th floor, the medicine is the same. So I just thought of buying a new inhaler, and then boom, I was ready for going for another, to go for my first mountain. And I gathered all my courage and everything, and I had that leap of faith. And when I finally reached on a summer day in Tamil Nadu with almost no water, and finally when I reached the top, I couldn't believe that I was standing there. And when I looked at the road that was lying in front of, it was just like a thread. And while I was enjoying that particular moment of, climbing your first hill, suddenly I realized that not even a single time I had to use my inhaler. And that was the moment of liberation. And for that moment, I thought I could do everything in the world, whatever I want my mind to set. And that day, I climbed my Everest. So small wins are very important to set the foundations for bigger dreams. And from there, and at that moment, I never thought that one day I'll go and climb Mount Everest. And then eventually life turned in a different way, and I got hooked into trekking. And from there, I went to Everest Base Camp in 2010. And when I saw Mount Everest in front of me, I had no clue what does it take to climb Mount Everest that time. I thought it was yet another trek. And when I promised Mount Everest that I'm going to come back. And after I came back, after reading about Mount Everest, I thought, oh my God, this is an impossible dream. It costed 36 lakhs when I read in that book called Into Thin Air. And then I realized that those equipments I have never seen in my life. How am I going to do that? But at that moment, the dreams and me were not two separate entities. It became one, and I didn't want to part with that dream. And I started thinking that what can I do to make that dream, that impossible dream, a possible one? And I went for mountaineering course. In that time frame, I started doing everything possible to get the funds and everything. And I started asking me that should I wait for another 10, 15 years to accumulate enough wealth? Should I become something, then I go? When is the right time? And then I realized that time, health, and money, all three together is very difficult to get at one shot. Like imagine when we were a kid. When we were in school, we had all the time and all the health, but no money. But when you are in a mid-level, executive, you have all the health and all the money, but you don't have time. And now, when you become old, say, Ratan Tata or something, you have all the money in the world, all the time in the world, but might not be the right health to go there. So when is the right time then? The right time is now. No matter which point you are there, you can start right from there. You cannot wait that one day something will change, one day something will change, then you do. And from there, I also started to get more ideas as I started venturing more. So my dreams started expanding, and I dreamt of climbing the 7 summits, the highest mountain of all the continents. But then I was laughing at my own dreams that I don't have money to climb 1 mountain, and here I am planning to climb 7 mountains. But then, being an engineering background, mathematics came into picture. Mathematics taught me you add anything to infinity, it's still infinity. You multiply anything to infinity, it's still infinity. You subtract anything, it's still infinity. So Mount Everest was infinity for me. So I thought, why not think large? There are no tax for dreaming big. And it's just like if you want to if you can dream an impossible dream of going to Mars, why to leave Pluto? Go to Pluto as well, right? So with that thought process, I started, and I started realizing that even if I have all the money in the world, even if I win a lottery, can I still go to the mountain? No, because I need exposure, I need experience, and I need training. And eventually I went for the training to Mountaineering Institute in Darjeeling, and finally, after climbing some more mountains, the highest mountains of 4 continents, I realized that I was ready for Everest. So 2015, somehow I could do crowdfunding, and my parents and brother pitched in the money, and my college, you can see Manipal Group, they also pitched in money and invested on me to go for Mount Everest. And this is what happened. This was an accidental video by Josh Kabush. 2015, 25th April, the biggest earthquake in Nepal happened. We were there. More than 10,000 people officially died. Unofficially, they say 20,000 is nothing in front of that. And then this was the base camp. 21 people died out of that avalanche, and along with died my dreams. All the 18 lakh rupees that I could manage for that mountain, everything was lost, expedition was cancelled, there was no trip cancellation insurance. And while dead bodies were still lying there, I was so insensitive because my burning question that time was, what happens to the money? What will I go and tell the sponsors? What will I tell to those crowdfunding people who had crowdfunded for my expedition? They will never come back and give money to me again. And then I couldn't accept that it was over. Dreams were strangled and broken and suffocated to death. And while I was going around, I suddenly spotted a book in that disaster. And I just came near it, and I was shocked. The title of the book, it was so shocking, as if it was a question that was being asked to me, dead or alive? At that moment, I didn't know that the person who was reading this book is dead or alive. But that moment, I think I froze. And I realized that I am alive is the greatest gift. I could have been dead there. Today, what I have lost? I have lost money, time, opportunity. But what I didn't lose was the flame of hope. Tomorrow, if not tomorrow, next month, next year, after 10 years, after 50 years, I will still come, provided I am alive. And with that glue of hope, I started collecting back all those broken pieces of my dreams and started rebuilding it in a hope that one day I'm going to come back. I had no clue that when that day was, but I wanted to keep myself prepared such that, because I believe opportunity goes in front of us with the same probability. It is only the prepared who can take that opportunity. And those who are not prepared, what do they say? See how lucky that guy is. So I always believe in that, and I also realized that we are living in a VUCA world. The faster you understand this, the faster you will shine, the faster you will grow. Because in mountains, every step is uncertain. Everything is volatile, everything is complex, everything is ambiguous. But the moment you embrace these uncertainties, rather than fight or run away from these uncertainties, you will see that all the VUCA world is along with you. You are the part of the VUCA. But then I started finding out that when should I do? Like, do I have enough time in hand? Because that moment, that time when I saw that destruction in front of me, I realized that life is very uncertain. I don't know tomorrow what offers. I don't know what the next 5 minutes offers to me, right? So if I may ask, sir, if I may ask you, you might be in your 50s, so how many years do you think you will be living? 80? Yeah. 80? 70? So 80 years means, that means if I consider you as 50, I'm just giving up a number. So 30 years, man, 30 years is long, isn't it? But did you ever quantify it further? Did you ever try to quantify? I'm sure that the guys who are sitting here, except some people like Kamal and all, who live by the day, all of us live by the weekends, isn't it? Monday to Friday, work, and then you have the weekends. So ideally, you have weekends left in your life. So how many weekends is 30 years? 30 into 53? That's like 1,500. You have only 1,500 weekends left in your life. That too, if you are super optimistic. What are you going to do with this? I realized that if I have my bucket list, I have even much more than 1,500. So why not start now? Why not live by the moment and do whatever? I don't procrastinate that tomorrow I will do, day after tomorrow. I want to do it now. I want to do that. So with that sense of urgency, I started preparing and so I realized that in any game, be it cricket, be it anything, falling is there. Even if you have started learning cycling, every single person of you, even the best cyclists in the world, have fallen. But falling is not failing. Not to get up is. So with that, 2016 again, Nepal government allowed us, they told $11,000 was waived off as a permit fee. And suddenly, all of a sudden, in 1 month before expedition, we started again preparing for ourselves. And this was at the base camp in 2016. And you see, even the atheist came here to give the puja to the mountain gods, because after the last 2 years, why 2 years? In 2014 also there was an avalanche, and almost 14 top Sherpas in the world, they died there. So everybody started believing that the mountain gods are unhappy and we need to give puja, and we all were there. And the puja was so interesting because this is what we offer to the gods, like beer and whiskey and donuts and cakes. The mountain gods are totally different league altogether, But then this section is Khumbu Icefall, the most dangerous section in the whole Everest region. Now you might think, so why is it so dangerous? Like, it just looks so evident, And we call this as popcorn zone because it's so unstable that everything changes. Now you take 1 square inch from this section, and if you zoom, it looks like this. And these are huge towers of ice, which are very unstable, and at any point of moment, it can just fall off, and it can create a snowball effect, and it can cause havoc. And there, you have to start in the night, such that you can't afford to even sneeze or cough there, because at any vibration, it might fall off. So in the night, you have to go, because at that moment, the chances are high that it will be more stable than in the daytime. So you have to cross that faster, and currently we are at the fag end of it, so by the time daytime had started. But then you can get scared. The fear can be a brake, or it can be an accelerator. It is up to you how you want to use the fear. So we used the fear because we were prepared, we were skilled enough to go there, and then finally we came into a situation like this. We were asked to cross this crevasse. Crevasses are like big cracks, and sometimes you can't see even how deep it is. Now, those who have seen the movie Everest, there had some railings, kind of rope railings were there. But when I came here, there was nothing, no ropes. Like you had to pull the rope by yourself. I said, where's the railing? And Pembaji, he is no more. He fell down in a crevice and died a few years back. So he started telling me that this is the way, and this is what it was. And he was demonstrating us that you have to cross this crevice. And I couldn't believe that we too also have to follow. I thought that he was just joking. And he was just pulling that rope, and the rope was pulling him back. That was the only balance. And I asked him, Pembaji, what if the system collapses? What if I fall? And there was no end of what ifs. I was asking questions. Pembaji went there and he just told to me, Satyarupji, what if never went to mountains? You cannot be indecisive here. You have to decide. Either you have to go or you have to go back. There is no way you can stay here for long. So you have to decide. And with that pressure, we had nothing else to do. So we also started to move. But trust me, that first step was the most difficult step. And after I took that first step, even it was more scary because now you cannot turn back and go, otherwise you'll fall. So you have no other option than to take the next step and to take the next step and to take the next step. And eventually, we conquered our fear. And I went multiple times to practice that, such that we'll secure our summit, we'll secure our summit. And then this happened. While on the summit push, we had to go in the night. This was out of syllabus question. It was never taught. So it's just like when freshers come to corporate world, they learn C and C++, and they will win the world. But once they come back to the corporate, you're like, oh my God. But then what do you do? Do you curse? Do you turn back? So here, what we started doing was we tried to find out what can be the positive side of going in the night. Any idea what could be positive out of this? Any idea? Yes. You cannot see how deep it is, so you can't see it doesn't exist, right? Second, the guy who was going in front, he was scared to death, but we can't see his expressions. So if the leader shakes, the entire team shakes. So the leader was, though he was scared and maybe was going in like that, but we thought, oh, leader is going, so we can also go. So we also just followed. And everybody who went, he was shivering, oh my God, but nobody could see there. And the third is, when you go in this kind of situations, you don't get to see how far you have to go. So the destination is far away, you can't see, so you don't get mentally fatigued that, oh, we have to go that far. So yeah, so in life also, I think, so many uncomfortable situations will come. And as I said that, I always say that the greatest decisions of my life has come from being uncomfortable. So you embrace those things and you will see that, so no Messi was born playing Saudi Arabia alone. No Sachin has been born just playing a weaker team like Nepal and Bangladesh. Sachin became Sachin because he played all those Glenn McGrath and all those Wasim Akrams and all, right? So then finally, when we start going there, I just wanted to show you some pictures, and these are practice sessions. So we compete, but we don't compete with each other. We compete against ourselves. How can we become better version of ourselves? And then as we cross, we get to see great sceneries around. And even Picasso and Michelangelo would have been very happy to create sculptures like this, what nature has created. I think nature is just wonderful and all the things. And this is the Camp 3. So there are a lot of stories around, Sherpa fell down in front of me, and died just here. And but then the beauty around it just supersedes, and due to the paucity of time, I will not go into deep there. And here, this is the Camp 4. From here, the death zone starts. Death zone is a zone above 8,000 meters. At that altitude, your oxygen level is just 1/3. Your brain doesn't work properly, you walk like a zombie. To wear a shoe, it takes 20 minutes. Everything is in slow motion. And you breathe with oxygen, and you can hear the sound it's always there. You sleep, you put that. In fact, you cannot sleep also at that altitude. you don't get. So the brain starts killing itself at that altitude because the human body is not meant for that altitude. And there, you can't even have a small inch of negativity because anything you put, it just amplifies. So the choice was again on us. Should we put the fear and amplify it, or should we put a lot of positivity and aspirations there and amplify it? We chose the latter. And as we were going there are dead bodies lying around. I chose not to see them because I didn't want anything to come and impact our expedition, the focus, the end result. And then at this moment, do I have another 7-8 minutes? Do I have? Okay. All right. So while I was going up there, my oxygen mask, it got, it failed. At 8,800 meters, another 48 meters left, and I was without oxygen, and I tried to negotiate with my Sherpa. But nobody was willing to give thing because whoever will give that mask, that person's life will be at danger. So at that moment, finally, I could do a lot of negotiations and this and that, and I could get that oxygen after half an hour, and finally went to the top, with the promise that I'll give it back after I reach to the summit. But at that moment, some magical thing happened. In the morning, the mask started working after the sun came up and everything. But when I look back at that situation, when the situation of half an hour without oxygen, because people were crossing me with just putting a cross on their heart and moving, thinking that I'll be dead. But then I was wondering that was I so much fearless that I didn't panic? But only later, much later, I realized that I didn't panic because that situation was nothing new for me. Because the whole of my childhood, I had gone through situations like breathlessness. So the brain didn't perceive it as a threat. It thought that it was normal to be breathlessness without oxygen and things. And that didn't allow me to panic. And that helped me to keep a calm mind and negotiate with my Sherpa, and eventually I'm in front of you still alive. So then I realized why, because this asthma which I was cursing my whole life actually came to help. Maybe it was preparing me for that particular day. So I became so grateful to life, and I can just let you know that many of you here, you might have your own battles going on, you might have your own struggles going on, and it might it might crush you and everything, but remember, this struggle that you're going through, maybe it is preparing you for something much bigger in life later on. And with the last video, I will stop my session, and this is the top of Mount Everest. This is the highest point that a human can ever go and step, because beyond this, there is no other point. And the problems which appeared as big mountains. Now, from the top of the mountain, it felt like Lilliput Mountains. Same with the life. So, to all of you, I invite you to look into your heart, look into the lot of fears that you have in your mind, look eye to those fears, and climb those mountains which are much, much bigger than Mount Everest in your heart. Look into that and climb and have your own journey and write your name in that. So thank you so much for your session, and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that excellent presentation. We request you to kindly remain on stage, please. And I will request Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present a memento to Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta. Your story has been absolutely motivating, inspiring, to say the least.
Thank you.
I'm sure we climb our Mount Everest every day, and that is what we need to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Satyarup Siddhanta, for that exceptional story. We hope to hear more of you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Happy to see you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a couple of moments to do the setup for this next panel discussion, which is again another very interesting panel discussion. It's Partnering for Growth in Kolkata, Convergence of Real Estate and IT. It should hold of interest to some of you here. We will just take a couple of minutes. As you can see, we have a team who are experts in doing things on the Jiffy. They have been doing this for years and they are experts at this job. You can see that within a couple of minutes they do the setup very fast, and this is what they have been doing all the time, every year, and they're just getting better at their work. So we will just take a couple of minutes to do the setup. I hope you've had your tea. We have a wonderful evening ahead. We have a couple of more panel discussions. We have lined up an award for you, and we have this very interesting session where for some of you who have maybe come from out of the state could be of interest, because if you are partnering for growth in Calcutta and convergence of real estate and IT, maybe this could be of some interest to some of you here. So just give us a moment and we will take you through this entire session here.
Wonderful things about you.
I think we took less than 5 minutes to do this, less than 4 minutes, I think. This team is really, they're great experts at their work, and we are now going to go over to our panel discussion. Alrighty, then we are ready for this discussion, and I would like to call the panelists onto the stage. Mr. Anirban Gupta, Managing Director, Colliers India, East India. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage, please, sir? And a round of applause for Mr. Anirban Gupta. The next panelist is Mr. Abhijit Das, Senior Director, Knight Frank, East India. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais? And a round of applause. Where are the applauses? If you still haven't had your tea, then it would be wonderful if you grab yourself a hot cup of tea, because it's important to applause for everyone that's present here. Mr. Shantanu Ghosh, Head Office Leasing, JLL India, Kolkata. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. Mr. Joydeep Paul, Senior Associate Director, Cushman and Wakefield, East India. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais. Mr. Prateek Mehta, Director and Head Office Occupier Services, CBRE, East India. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And moderator, chairperson and moderator for this session is Mr. Aninda Das, Vice President Marketing, Infinity Group. A round of applause, please. And a round of applause for the ladies here who have been clapping constantly. A round of applause for them, please. I am giving this round of applause because they have not hesitated to do this. Thank you, and I will hand over the session to our chairperson.
Yeah,
Sir.
Thank you so much. I think
people who are sitting at the back, I think very less audience we have. Most of them are networking outside. So you can come down if you want to, we will make this more interactive, more, adda kind of a session because the topic is important. The topic is about growth of IT and the convergence of real estate with IT. Yes, growth has happened, and when we speak about growth, the growth of Sector 5, growth of Newtown, and the number of companies which are coming. So I thought that we will make this panel so interesting because we keep hearing in the newspaper, in LinkedIn, and in social media that companies like KPMG, EY, all scaling up, LTI, Mindtree. Yes, one factor is market forces have brought them over here. But I wanted to present to you people, some of the players behind the scene who are putting in that efforts to bring this IT companies in Kolkata. And today, 300,000 plus IT professionals, at least in Sector 5 and Newtown. 40,000 crore IT export. I think after this session we have STPI Awards and you will get a better clarity, but 40,000 crore IT exports, 1.5 million indirect jobs. It's okay. We have done good, I think, post-COVID, mainly the last couple of years. So people talk about, because of the resources, because of the affordable prices. It's not just the only factor. So let's understand. They understand the pulse. They deal with the highest, people who are the decision makers. What the IT companies are looking for, the IT MNCs specifically, when they're coming to Kolkata, and and this will help us to understand that how do we bring more IT investments in the state of West Bengal. So I'll ask. So my first question is, I'll divide it into two parts. First is, this growth has happened. Why do you people think? What are the factors? I have with me Prateek from CBRE, Shantanu Ghosh from JLL, Kushman, Joydeep, Obhijit Das from Knight Frank, and Anirban. I think we can start with Prateek. Prateek, what according to you, this IT giants, what are the factors they look into when they choose a city like Kolkata?
Thank you, Aninda, and very nice to be part of this panel. See, you are absolutely right. Calcutta as a city in the last couple of years has seen a huge uptick in the kind of absorption, the kind of companies that have considered the city to be part of their expansion story. What we have realized that the companies actually continue to be bullish on the Calcutta market, and there are certain factors which is contributing to it. First of all, many companies have realized that the return to office, the occupation rate in the offices in Calcutta have been quite high. And that kind of trickle downs to also the fact that the attrition rate in the Calcutta has been really, really low. This coupled with the developer community who has really been helpful in handholding the clients and probably fostering an environment and a social ecosystem which is making return to office policy for these companies a bit more fruitful and conducive. Obviously, the real estate cost in the city is very, very competitive, and the kind of quality supply that we have that has aided and contributed to companies taking note of this city. And all these things together have kind of made them put faith in Calcutta, and going forward with the kind of momentum we see and the kind of discussions we are having, we do see that this success story is going to continue and probably score even more.
Great. I'll pause over here and I'll ask quickly, Eddie. What is the people say that nothing is happening in Kolkata? What is the figure you have? Like, what is the market scenario currently?
Yeah. So if you compare to the national absorption, what happens? Calcutta, it's not a good news. It wasn't. So nationally, say around 45 million to 50 million square feet is consumed every year, net consumption. Before Corona, Calcutta was sub 1 million, and Calcutta used to be around 2.2, 2.6 million in 2004, 2005, 6, 7, 8. Now, the best part is that, two things happened, and I've been tracking this market and I saw that happening. One is Corona. Now, Corona and the development of co-working space. So, in combination, these two worked very well, not only for Calcutta, it worked extremely well for all the markets outside of Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Pune. So, Corona taught the industry that, you don't need to be in one place. Corona taught the industry that, work from home is possible. And fortunately for Calcutta, a lot of people came back and they could not go back, or they did not go back. And hence, there's a very nice story which actually attracted front page coverage. Devashis Chatterjee of LTIM, he said that, after Corona, we realized that, 25% of our manpower is from East India, and we don't even have an office here. So hence, they came and signed around 17 acres of land, and now they're building that campus. So the whole shift of thought process that, why do we need to keep all our eggs in the same basket? Now it's Corona, it's affected the entire world, but it could be something which affects maybe one market. So, it's wise for us not to keep all our eggs in the same basket. And when I say all the eggs in the same basket, would mean, Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad, NCR. So hence they thought that, let me put up offices and let me explore the markets where the people are coming in to work from, right? Now, when this was happening, this co-working thing started to expand. Now, the co-working business model, what it does is, it takes away the capital risk away from the company, right? So you don't have to buy an office or rent an office and do the interiors and all that. So the entire capital risk is passed on to the co-working operator, and it gets converted into revenue. One. Second, it reduces the risk of exit and risk of entry. So which would mean that, if I want to get into Calcutta, if someone wants to get into Calcutta, he can just come in, he can do a deal with a co-working operator, and he has a ready-to-move-in office, and he can start with 5 people, which wasn't possible when the co-working players were not there. So, you can't possibly do an office and just have 5 people, right? So when these two combinations happened, and we've been tracking around 25 to 35, it could be higher than 35, companies who were not in Calcutta came into Calcutta in the last 2 years, and they have come up with 5 people, 10 people, 100 seats and 25 seats and all that, and now they're exploring. Now that they have come to Calcutta, these people will now expand, because that is what we have seen. Capgemini came with a 10,000 square foot office exposure. Capgemini is now around 3 lakh square feet. IBM grew, TCS grew, everybody grew. So the first thing is that you have to come. So hence, this good thing has happened because of Corona and co-working, that new companies are taking exposure in Calcutta.
Great.
So that is how the consumption now, this year we've been tracking the market, it's gone up to 1.7 million square feet, YTD Q3. So we will do around 2 million square feet in this year, which will happen after a long number of years. So now we need to keep this up. We need to keep this up so that it does not die down.
Absolutely. I'll come back to you. So I'll go to Shantanu. What worked in the last couple of years? So COVID, then the co-working, and Pratik has highlighted few points. What, according to you?
So thanks for having us here. Basically, there are 2 arts which have been instrumental for this growth. One is ripple effect. What is ripple effect? India is inching towards, $5 trillion economy, and it will expand to 10 million in next few years, 7-8 years, right? So overall, what is happening, there has to be a common platform for equal statehood participation, right? So thereby, as Eddie correctly, nicely articulated, that companies are exploring cities which were not on their radar. That is one reason, followed by reverse migration. It's like people have already come back to their hometown. Now they are not willing to return to principal cities. Now what is happening? Now the companies are kind of, extending their footprint to these cities. So this year, as Eddie correctly said, that probably we will touch, the overall absorption will expand to about 2 million square feet, which is about, 20% more than 2022. The question is whether we will be able to sustain that momentum. One thing I can assure you that, the opportunity will definitely come in our way. Because in India today, there are about, 1,600 GCCs, right, which represent 20% of global GCCs, and which is expected to reach about 1,900 in next couple of years, right? Occupying about, that is going to occupy about 300 million. So all these large cities do not have so much space. So they will definitely look at Calcutta. Now the idea is like, what we have to kind of showcase the underlying strength. So that is something which is in our hand, right? So, that is the trend, and we have to ensure the momentum is sustained.
Correct. And what are the other factors, Joydeep? Like you have been dealing with companies like Capgemini and IBM. So what are the factors that has helped them to, grow so much in Kolkata?
So yes, thank you, Aninda. First of all, thank you for curating this wonderful session here and stitching us, all of us together here on this common stage. So so the points which has been indicated by AD or Shantunda, Prateek, they are accurate and to the point. Along with all these things, the crux of the matter is us, we the people who have gone back to the cities. There has been brain drain, a couple of decades back. When these people, they came back again, as they have rightly indicated, they never wanted to go back. So like the examples you have taken of various, IT giants, which they were here. They were here in the city. It was not that they were not present, but the focus was not here so much. When these people, they did not want to go back, they had to come here. When they started exploring the city, they started realizing even more that the city has a good amount of potential. It's not only the demand. It's not only the reason because of COVID, because work from home was there and people never wanted to go there, flex offices were the thing, the town. It's also because the real estate was ready, the infrastructure was ready at that point that, when these people, they wanted to come back, the city had that podium, that infrastructure which can absorb that. And eventually what we saw, or what AD has indicated, a couple of years back also, we never crossed 1 million square feet. Last year was 1.5 million square feet. This year we are 1.7. We will be crossing 2 million square feet. So these are wonderful numbers. The momentum has to be there. And to keep the momentum, the developments also has to be there. There was ready spaces, code inventory. Many of them are from your company. They just got absorbed. The reason also this inventory got absorbed because along with the infrastructure, in a podium and an industry even like of INFOCOM, which is most related to IT, why are we talking about real estate? So let's understand the fact, IT contributes to over 8% of the GDP of the country. Also, real estate cost forms a major portion of the OPEX of any company, be it IT or anything. So they are both enabler to each other, and when these companies, they come in, they look for spaces which are high on compliance, which have good facilities, which will make the return to office successful for these people.
Correct.
And, 6-7 years back also, we used to talk about 5-6 common factors like building CC, OC, and NOC, and all those things. Now, we are thinking from a different platform altogether. We are thinking from a platform that these companies, be it IBM or Capgemini, Cognizant, and Accenture of the world, when all of us, we do deal with equally with these companies, they are actually contributing to the net zero target of the government of India. So the CRE, the corporate real estate decision makers who are sitting there in the top, that person also has a job and a KRF to fulfill, that how much he is contributing, which city he is being able to achieve that. And alongside the developers are also starting to build, real estate portfolios along that matter, like green energy and reusable energy and all those things. So that's also one of the reasons.
Yes. So Anirban, do you have any other factors or any other angle to this?
So thank you, Arindo. So I will talk of something else, which is we all know that we are projecting a 2 million square feet absorption. I will talk of some other factors which indicates how good Calcutta has done. And other two components of real estate, one is residential, absorption of residential, and number two is the absorption of retail. Now, residential is, it's a very matured market. I keep on saying in all my sessions that in Calcutta, the trust between the customers and the developers are one of the highest in India, because it's really flats or apartments sell at greenfield stage. Now, we have done a little bit of study on understanding the high-end residential of Calcutta. I'll share a few data. I'll maybe taking a couple of minutes. We have done it in three categories, like, residential flats, which are priced between 10,000 rupees a square feet to 14,000. Category B is 14 to 20,000, and category C is 20,000 above. And the interesting data that has come out is in 2021, the first category, which is 10,000 to 14,000 rupees a square feet, has sold 214 units in Calcutta. In 2022, that has gone up to 519 units. It's doubled up in 2022. And in 2023 Q1, that is already, not Q1, H1 2023, we have already sold 231 units. So 23 will even surplus 22 numbers. For the second category, it's 14,000 to 20,000 rupees a square feet flats. It's sold about 65 units in 21, 106 units in 22, doubled up, and this year is about 125, 26. And for the last category, which is 20,000 above per square feet flats, that is in the range of 40 plus, which was done in 21. 22 was 60 plus, and this year will cross about another 65 to 70 units. Now, my answer to you here is, except for the last category, which is 20,000 rupees a square feet plus apartments, there is 80% business community and 20% working community. But for the other two categories, like what we call the premium, 10,000 rupees a square feet to 20,000 rupees a square feet, it's a 50-50 ratio. And that 50% is a strong contribution to corporate India also, which shows that definitely this sector, which is again IT a part of that sector, is in a very huge growth path. The second part, which I say is retail, there are shopping malls coming and growing business, we know. In shopping malls, we measure by a factor which is called trading density. Trading density is the total area of the shopping mall, and we say the total revenue of the shopping mall divided by total area. That has gone up from 21 to 23 in the range of 26% in Calcutta. All the malls summed up together, which shows that there is consumption. And when there is consumption, there is definitely a job creation. So the overall picture, what I'm trying to say, is actually growing very, very strong. But yes, what everybody is saying, what the future holds like, how it looks, how it unfolds, that is the question we need to address and take it forward.
So, great. And we'll take these questions to the next level. And I'm very happy that people like Kolanda is over here. He has been there in the industry for a long time, and he has been instrumental in bringing, promoting Bengal outside Bengal. And we keep debating and different forums that, what needs to be done and how we can change the perception of Bengal outside Bengal to bring in more IT investments, more IT companies over here. So here, today, if you were there in the keynote session, we are not happy with whatever growth we had. We want to achieve 10x. Now, what needs to be done? What should be done? And Mr. Chimadia is also over here. He has been a catalyst in the IT growth in Bengal. So, what needs to be done? If you can share your views, each of you, and then we will take a couple of suggestions from the Bengal. So let's have some actionable items where, instead of pinpointing to others, we can execute it. That's the idea. So Prateek, we can start from you.
Sure, Ananda. I think what I spoke about earlier, that the Occupy community have started taking note of the positives of the city. Now, for me, if we have to define one actionable point that we all should take it away from this room today, would be that we as individuals and citizens of the city as well, should start propagating and talking about the positives of the city. I always say that internal marketing is as important as external marketing. So while we have to talk about the city, our state, and the positives of it to our people and outside of the family and other ecosystem as well, we also have to reach out to people within our respective organizations and talk about the positives of the city, because it does have a ripple effect and we have experienced it. I'll give you an example wherein a certain company was exploring to set up an office, and there were multiple cities which were being explored. Now, for some reason, they did not want to bet on Calcutta, but ended up taking only a small office of say around 20 people in the city. Now, just shows the kind of influence things might have once people are in the city. Today, that company has a headcount of more than 1,000 people and looking to expand furthermore. So this is the power of positive messaging, which needs to be sent out by each and every individual in this room. Yeah.
Great. Shantanu?
So, Anita, the thing is, we have to establish Bengal as a brand which can kind of, prevail over other competing cities. Somewhere down the line, I feel, as I said, that, whatever growth we are witnessing at this moment, that is more of natural progression, right? As I said, that is more of like the ripple effect, right? But if you want to get to the next stage, and if you want to kind of, sustain the momentum, we have to establish Bengal as a brand which can prevail over other competing cities. Somewhere down the line, I feel that, the good work which has kind of, happened in last few years, that has not been showcased properly to the outer world, right? And, one such example, like the collective bandwidth of all these, 4 or 5 firms can take us to all the MNCs, right? But how many times we have kind of, taken such initiative? We have to find a way to kind of, do it. It's like, as a firm also, we are more focused on cities which will give more revenue. Right. But, this is something where we need to work on, and we have to showcase the strength of Bengal as a brand to outer world.
Okay. Joydeep?
Yeah, whatever has happened as of now, examples of those numbers, a million square feet a couple of years back, 2.6 million square feet a decade ago, 1.7 million square feet now. So yeah, this 1.7 million square feet now is more of a reactive thing which has happened, right? It is because of the various situational things which has happened. Now to make this more proactive and to keep this going, 2 things needs to be done. To market something, yes, we guys are there who will go, we will market, we'll pitch in RFPs and do all those things that come to Calcutta and all these things. So it's like we are the agents who are going and selling the product, but the product has to be ready. To come to my shop, like let's take an example, like I go and try to promote and market a product, but the product needs to be there in the shop. So while we are doing all this, I will request the developers of the city also to keep on building infrastructure and commercial real estate, so that when they come, when we send our proposals, so we can just say, see, so much of inventory is available, good inventory, top class inventory, compliant, ready to support you, you can take from any of them. That needs to be there, ready. This has to go hand in hand.
Great. I know AD has some fabulous idea, but I'll come to Anirban first, and then we'll go to AD. Anirban, what according to you, couple of things we should do to achieve 10x?
So it's, we have to make new age offices. It's positivity all around. That's what the bottom line should be. I'll share I read somewhere, Microsoft, they have done a survey. Very interesting, a few of the things that they have said, that post-pandemic, work hours have increased by 13%. The meeting hours have increased by 150%. But at the same time, loneliness at work has increased by 60% and work friendship has reduced by 50%. So what we need actually, we need a new age office. I'll give an example. Another very weird, different example. There's a brand, Italian brand called Bulgari. I don't know how many have heard about the name or not. They, to make a new age offices, the new age demand. So what Bulgari has done, they have launched in Indian market a special Mangal Sutra, and they're doing great in Indian market. So Italian brand coming to India, launching a Mangal Sutra and taking a good amount of market share. That's what is needed. For example, Bangalore, I give this example. They spend about 300, 400 rupees per square feet extra to make offices because they know that institutional investors will come, buy, stay there for 7 years plus, and take that forward. So why not create that product? So I feel the best thing that we should do is whatever we have the existing people, we have an existing market, we have some great names who are there in the city. So we should help them to grow more in the business, promote them, and then, it's an automated process. The feel good is there, and new entrants will come in the market, and we'll have that 10x target or whatever you were saying in mind. So that's what my thought is.
Okay. And so, AD?
So that fabulous idea is a big idea, so we'll not discuss it here. What I can suggest otherwise is that I've done this and then, we can all contribute. It's a very simple idea. Like when I came back to Calcutta last year, then I was just driving down Newtown and I saw that ITC Infotech building coming up. I saw that HDFC building coming up. I did not know what happened to me. I just shot those buildings and I put it into my LinkedIn. ITC Infotech coming up in Calcutta. Infosys coming up in Calcutta. And you have no idea, we have no idea the kind of power social media has and the kind of power we have in our pages. And technically, each one of us can create opinion. The Bengal, the bad branding of Bengal has also happened because of opinion, right? We have only been doing that. So we can ourselves correct it. So when I posted that picture of ITC Infotech, it's not a consumer a topic, right? But you have no idea, 500, 600, 700, and then I saw 30,000 views on that post, right? So when I did LTIM, I saw something around 60,000 views on that post. So people want to, help brand Bengal. Only thing is all of us need to do it on our pages. Anything which is happening good, just post it. And even if there is no reaction to it, people are viewing it. And then people build on opinion. And suddenly you will see, that snowball effect. Suddenly the opinion will change. And then people will start talking of, Bengal.
Great. And anybody from the audience, any suggestions that how do we bring in more IT investments in Kolkata? Yes, Kolanda. One mic to Kolanda. And we'll end it. We'll end it with one question.
Yeah, Anindo, thank you. Just take 2 minutes, yeah. I think, Anindo, groups like yours, Infinity and the others, and of course, every 5 gentlemen sitting on the podium are doing a great job for Bengal. We're indebted to you for, creating so many opportunities, so many offices. Carry on the good job. I think 2 important points that has come out of your discussion, and I think all of you have hit the nail, is one, the perception part. and two is creating the opportunity. I think perception is something that we all have to do it internally. We need to go and speak out good about the state, which we don't. We are famous about speaking bad about ourselves. And I think each one in the room can be a brand ambassador of Bengal. So that's certainly that we all need to do. But there's one area which I think all of you need to focus. You see, there's a huge transition of technology that's happening. And started in the last 3-4 years, going to leapfrog, and we heard in the morning, pole vault in the next 4-5 years. And this new technology requires the kind of skill sets, which is the data science, AI, analytics, which is extremely highly available because of the skilled people in this part of the country. Now, can we create that opportunity and create a destination Bengal, creating a brand perception about, talking about this being the right destination and attract brands accordingly? Because this is where the people are found. They were so long scattered across the country. Thanks to COVID, they're back home. The new generation are coming up. They're trained in this area. And this is where all the IT companies and everybody has to transform themselves and start looking at this skill set. So this will be necessary. They will be forced to come here if we are able to product and show it properly. And last but not the least, I think the homegrown startups need to be nurtured, because startups, they might start with 3, 4, 5 people, but the moment they get going and they do well, they are 500,000, 2,000, 10,000 in no time. So I think those are the areas that we all need to focus, and you guys are doing a great job. Keep these factors in mind, and I think Bengal will be shining in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We end the session. We are shortage of time, so we'll take this offline. Thank you so much. Thank you, audience, for the patience, lovely patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Moderator. And our panelists, I will request Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO, ABP Private Limited, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our Chairperson and Moderator and our panelists. May I request you to kindly come forward, sir? Mr. Anirban Gupta, Mr. Aninda Das, Chairperson and Moderator. Thank you very much, sir, for a very interesting and invigorating session. We are apologetic that we could not give you enough time. Mr. Anirban Gupta, Mr. Abhijit Das, Mr. Santanu Ghosh, Mr. Joydeep Paul, and Mr. Prateek Mehta. Thank you very much to our Chairperson and Moderator and the panelists for this very interesting session. We request everyone to kindly stand forward. The photographer would like a picture, please. This has been a very interesting session. If you have any questions, please take these questions offline. This panel discussion was on Partnership for Growth in Calcutta, Convergence of Real Estate and IT. And I'm sure all of you have many questions. Please ask our panelists offline. We will go over to our next session immediately. Please give us a couple of minutes to do the setup. As you can see, the team is already coming forward to quickly do the needful. And this particular keynote is on celebrating a decade of disruption. This has to be interesting because a decade of disruption is going to be quite an interesting topic to talk about the kind of disruption that's happened over the past 10 years. And I'm sure all of you must also be wondering, after all those motivational sessions, that motivational session that we had, whether we have had some disruption in our life or not in these past 10 years. Well, we've had disruptions in the IT industry, but what about ourselves? Disruption within ourselves is important because when we have these disruptions, that is when we grow. That is when we grow to the next level. Mr. Bimal Patwari is already ready here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Bimal Patwari, President, Pinnacle Infotech, as he talks about celebrating a decade of disruption. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you. My distinguished fellow speakers,
ladies and gentlemen, it's a great privilege to be here today amongst you and talk about the disruptions that is happening. I think this is the most talked about word in today's context. And I thank ABP for organizing this summit and giving me this opportunity to share some of my experiences that what's happening and what's going to happen. Can we play the video, please?
Hey, tech enthusiasts. Today, we're plunging into the chaos of disruptions from 2014 to 2024. Buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride. 2014, IoT invaded homes. Fridge weather forecasts. I just wanted a snack, not a meteorology lesson. 2015, autonomous vehicles cars driving themselves. I tried teaching mind tricks, but it mastered confused crab parking. Fast forward to 2016, virtual reality. Virtual chores are way easier. No dirty laundry in the virtual world. 2017, AI became the game changer. Asked it for dating advice. It said, just reboot your love life. 2018, 5G arrived, making my phone faster than my comebacks. Texting like a caffeinated hummingbird. 2019, 3D printing, the fourth industrial revolution. Printed apologies for missed parties. Here's a 3D cake. Sorry, 2120, touchless tech. Trying to control gadgets with invisible strings. Axio remote control. Same year, AgTech and digitalized agriculture. Tried talking to digital tomatoes, too busy gossiping about carrots. In 2021, IoT took over manufacturing, mining, and healthcare. Vacuum diagnosed my dust allergies. Thanks, Doc. 2022, ChatGPT redefined human-computer interaction. Asked for a joke, it said, why did the computer go to therapy? Too many bites of emotional baggage. Touché, ChatGPT. Also in 2022, we said bye to our cloud dependency, like breaking up with a clingy ex. It's not you, cloud, it's me, wanting more storage options. 2023, power of spatial computing. Rearranged furniture in 3D, accidentally sent my coffee table to the upside down. But wait, there's more. Welcome to AEC Mayhem, exploring the comedic chaos of disruptions from 2014 to 2024. Get ready for a roller coaster of innovation and laughter. 2014 brought process automation and virtualization. Architects competed with virtual counterparts no coffee breaks for the digital architects. Just real ones trying not to trip over virtual coffee mugs. Fast forward to 2015, the year of 5G and IoT. My toaster had faster internet than me. Asked for toast, it replied, busy streaming cat videos. In 2016, we embraced multi-cloud strategy. Organizing it felt like a family reunion with clouds arguing about the best view. Spoiler, none of them won. 2017 brought next-gen computing with quantum computing. Explained quantum physics to my computer. It said, not programmed for existential crises. Try again later. 2018, AI took the stage. My AI assistant gave life advice. I thought, if you're so smart, figure out how to fold fitted sheets. The fourth industrial revolution hit in 2019 with 3D printing. Construction sites turned into 3D printer farms. Asked for a traditional house, got a printed key to a virtual mansion. Enter 2020, the year of digital twins. My digital twin worked while I binge-watched reality TV. Little did it know, the real me mastered the art of virtual snacks. 2021 saw IoT invade industries. My blender gave health advice like, enough smoothies, how about a salad? Thanks, blender, but no salad beats a berry blast. In 2022, mixed reality became the norm. AR glasses turned my office into a spaceship. Productivity. It boldly went where no work had gone before. 2023 sustainability took the spotlight. Buildings competed in a green off. My neighbor's solar-powered lawn dome outshone my attempts. And there you have it, folks. AEC mayhem at its finest. Construction and innovation hilarious bedfellows. Buckle up, tech explorers! In the AEC realm, digital humans are less robotic. Flying cars zip through low-level airspace, and the metaverse turns work into a virtual party. Blockchain high-fives decentralized autonomous organizations. Electric vehicles ditch cables, and technology is the new fast food swap it in. Swap it out. Welcome to the future, where even your toaster demands an upgrade. Stay tuned for flying bridges and robot stand-up comedians.
Can we have the PPT, please? So friends, that was a small glimpse into what has been happening in the last 10 years. Now, I would like to talk about some of the shocking disruptions that is happening now. See, what we have seen in the last 10 years, whether it's Google, everything that we see around our life, our ecosystem, everything has changed. But today, I would like to take 3 areas because we have shortage of time. And I would like to share with you some of the shocking things that is happening, and we need to be prepared for that. So a little about our company. We are headquartered in Durgapur, but we are really proud that our team today has made us a global leader. I was just listening to the previous panel discussion where we talked about the potential of our state and what is holding us back. Friends, it's just the self-belief. It's the positivity that we can do it. Trust me, today we are really proud that starting from a Tier 2 city, in fact, a Tier 3 when I started my journey, today we are truly the global leader with offices, physical offices all around the world. So friends, there are few waves of disruption that has happened. From 1995 to 2010, we had these waves of music, photography, video. Remember, we used to have those the photographic reels and the black box, and you had to think 20 times before you had to take a snap because there were only few, in the reel, there were few snaps that you could take. Kodak was the name. Today, where is Kodak? It is finished. So the disruption, because they could not carry themselves with the changing times. 2010 onwards, the print media, the TV, the travel, the HR, all went through disruptions. The next 5 years, finance, healthcare, automotive, retails, education, telco, the whole world has changed. Imagine it used to cost 20 rupees per minute to call an STD from here to Mumbai. And you had to wait for hours to get that STD connection. Even to get a telephone connection, Dr. Narayan Murthy had to wait for months to get a... So those were the days. And today, you know where we are. And now the next 5 years, nothing will be untouched. You will see the tsunami in the disruptions that is happening. We're going to briefly talk about that. In the interest of time, I will try to skip and come to the key disruptions, What is making this disruption possible in our country especially? It's the telecom reach. Today, we have more than 80 crore people with an internet users. 75 crore smartphones. We have everybody on the Aadhaar. We have all businesses united through GST. The data cost has reduced by more than 95% in the last 10 years. And it is going to be further reducing, and we have one of the lowest internet data rates in the world. So these are the various disruptions that is happening. So in the interest of the time, I'm going to focus on few of them. The first one, this guy, what is he doing? He's got a computer screen in front of him and a computer, but he doesn't have any keyboard. He doesn't have any mouse. And he's running his computer. What they have done is they have planted certain receptors in the brain of this person through the blood vessels, and whatever this person is thinking, the computer understands. Can you imagine that? That's what Bill Gates recently wrote in a LinkedIn article, that in 5 years, there'll be no keyboard and mouse. Can you believe? In 5 years, there'll be no keyboard and mouse. All the computer will be able to understand our facial symbols. You will be able to actually transplant some of the chips into the Neuralink. What they have done, they have put a chip in your brain which will take all the signals and then it will drive all the devices around you. Just think about it. You want your toaster to get started. So you just think about it. Your toaster will start. You want to change the temperature of your room air conditioner. You don't have to get up. Just say that, okay, can we reduce it? Don't even say, think. Think that you want to, it's very warm, you want to reduce the temperature, think. It will be done. So this is a disruption that is happening. It can treat blindness, deafness, paralysis, even those people who are paralyzed. Their emotions, their brain signals will be picked up and it will be running the show. So friend, the kind of disruption that is happening in healthcare, the wearables that we are going to have, all our body parameters will be monitored automatically. The e-doctors will do the 95% of the analysis that a doctor does. So you go to a diabetic, you go to an orthopedic surgeon, the 95% of the analysis of all the x-rays or the blood reports or your complete health data will be analyzed by the e-doctor. This is where we are heading to. You will have a wearable. You will know that wearable will connect you to the nearest hospital. Even if you're traveling, it will know everything about you. Your all health parameters, your 20 years of all your health data. So I'm a diabetic person. I live on insulin. If I'm traveling and suddenly get in problem, how will you know I've got diabetes? It could be hypoglycemia. So my wearable will immediately contact as I move. Like the cell phone, it will get connected to my doctor and the to the hospital as I'm traveling around the world, and they will know that I'm this person, and anything goes wrong with my body parameters, an ambulance will rush to me. Friends, I mean, I'll just give you an example. A cow. What have we done? We have put an IoT device inside the stomach of the cow. The cow cannot speak. You know that what is the health condition? Whether it's hungry or not. If you've got a milk farm with 1,000 cows, how do you know which cow is in problem? So these guys have planted IoT device in the cows, and it is commercially working. And it gives you all the data. It will run the system. That, okay, there is gas, or what is the problem? Is the cow well fed? The issues with the cow, you can get it online, and the systems will work on that. Friends, I could not, because we are from the design and construction industry, the second area I wanted to do is the design development, AI. You want to design a building. You want to design your house. You want to design your hospital. So today, the computer will do a regenerative design. You give it the parameters. Just see, in this case, we gave a parameter that, okay, I need these things in my hospital. So many beds, so many operation theaters, so many cafeterias, so many things. This is my area, this is my codes. And the computer will go through millions of iterations and give you the most optimum things that you want. Whether it's house or whether, and these are the technologies which is already in place. Look at this. You know, you want to design a chair. You want to design your desk. Now, there could be thousands of design of the chair. You just tell what you want with that chair. It will give you thousands of designs. It will evaluate, you know, whether it is aesthetics, whether it is comfort, whether it is functionality. It will tell you, it will look at all the possible options for your house or whatever you want to do in your life, and it will give you the options. You are the boss to take the call. Friends, we are really proud that this state, West Bengal, we made the iconic Lusail Stadium, which hosted the World Cup 2022. Friends, we can be really proud that from the scratch, from the basic concept design till the handing over, everything was done by Pinnacle, and it is a great achievement, something which shows the kind of, just see the video. Over 4 years during COVID times, this was an amazing display of what is possible. Even we planned every day what will happen on the site, how much concrete will be required, how many pipes will be required, how many laborers will be required. That was the level of detailed planning by our team. And it is the most talked about iconic stadium in the world. And I'll show you some unique technology disruptions that happened in this particular project. You know, in this stadium, it was a very complicated, if you see the facade, the outer facade of the stadium, it is not a regular structure. And it has huge long trusses which were fabricated in China. So at the site, can you see the size of these trusses? Now, when you take it up, it has to exactly fit in millimeters. Otherwise, it will not fit. How do you ensure that? So what we did was, even in China, in the fab shop, we told them, scan this steel frame before you dispatch. And we were scanning the whole stadium on a regular basis. And we would put that scan on the as-built model, and we will calculate the deviations. You can see this. So the red color shows the deviations that are there, and how many millimeter deviations are there. We will send that feedback to the fab shop. And the fab shop will make those changes before dispatch. And when it comes to the site, there could be some alterations in the huge transportation. We will again scan it. Because taking this structure up is not an easy job. And to place it, you don't want to do it second time. It has to be done correct the first time. There was no time. It's a safety hazard. It's a cost risk. And friends, we are really proud that this level of steel, which was there in this project, we were able to completely help them to do in the record time, in the record quality. You know, laser scanning, the innovation, the laser, simple laser gun, we used for so many innovations. I know we are running out of time. I wish, you know, even the construction quality, everything was planned so well. Every vendor, every subcontractor, they used the laser scanning because they knew that we are going to check that. So even the seating steps, everything, beams, everything was precast, and it came to the site before they would scan and check the quality. I know, sorry. So friends, this is what is happening in the construction industry. Can you believe that construction industry, like toothpaste and iPhones, now we are already doing this, manufacturing the modules in the factories and building the structures. And that needs huge coordination. You know, my favorite slides, you know, where we go to work all around the world with the top fabricators, whether it is Intel manufacturing plants or whether it is data centers, whether it is any kind of complex industrial projects, we are all there. So again, in the interest of the time, this is digital twin, something again going to change the whole world. I mean, the maintenance is going to be by analytics and not by the planning. In the way traditionally it is happening, the whole world is going to change. Friends, another example, last example, ma'am. This is my very favorite example, Amazon warehouse. We just constructed one in Ohio, US, which is 3 kilometers long. 3 kilometer long warehouse, and the truck unloading happens in 20 minutes. Can you imagine what? They have already deployed more than 1 lakh robots all around the world. And these are crazy robots. They don't even organize their material that, okay, this is for books, this is for phones, this is for detergent. No. It is randomly stored as per the AI analysis. And the system exactly know that where I have kept the toothpaste and where I have kept the noodles. There is no fixed place in a 3 kilometer warehouse. Unbelievable. This is where we are moving to, friends. And, okay, does it create layoffs? What is the message for us? Am I scaring you? See, there have been disruptions happening all over the time. You know, when ATMs came, you know, they said, Now what will the bank cashiers do? Because now you can go to an ATM and get your money. But even after ATMs were introduced, the number of employment in the bank increased hugely. When the desktop publishing came, remember the old days when they used to put every number in the plates and manual printing? Hundreds of people to print telegraph, thousands of people would be required to set those every day. It was replaced by a desktop computer. But then this technology, again, there is a disruption, but again it creates a new type of people, new type of jobs. So the idea is to create, we need retraining and redeployment in the industry and the government. We have to accept the disruptions. Don't fight it. It's going to come. You cannot stop it. You cannot say that Uber will not be there. You cannot say that I will not allow this disruption to happen. It will happen. We have to adjust ourselves with this disruption. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bimal Patwari. I'll request you to kindly remain on stage. And I will request Mr. Pradipta Biswas to kindly come on stage to present a memento to Mr. Bimal Patwari. Thank you very much, sir. And if you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, you can please ask him offline. He has a plethora of knowledge, and I'm sure you have many questions. You can please ask him off stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Bimal Patwari, sir, and thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next keynote, Simplifying Security, a deep dive into EDR and XDR best practices. I will request Mr. Pratik Bhajanka, Field CISO, Sentinel-1, and Mr. Bhaskar Nandi, Regional Director, Sentinel-1, to kindly come forward. We'll have one speaker at a time from the same company. I'll request Mr. Pratik Bhajanka, Field CISO of Sentinel-1, to kindly come forward. And here he is. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello. Minor glitches are always a good sign. It's always a good start for all of us, right? Bhaskar.
Hi, this is Bhaskar Nandi, and I handle the Sentinel-1 business in North and East. Privileged to be here and meeting all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Pratik Bhajanka, Field CISO at Sentinel-1, and I have been an analyst with Gartner. As I was saying, you may have shared some love-hate relationship with me without even knowing me, because I used to write the Magic Quadrant, and some people are happy, some people are pissed about it. So sorry and thank you.
Just a moment. Pratik, I think you used to wear a hat of a analyst earlier. Now you are a Field CISO of Sentinel-1. I would like, and I would request you, if you can share unbiased, thoughts around the jargons, the EDR and the XDR, and try to help everybody to understand how we can do, or how we can select better technologies, how can we look at more improving security, and obviously selecting a better tool.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, let me bring up the next slide. It will make things a lot more clearer. We are living in 2023, and we should be adopting and adapting to the times that we are living in. If you see, every new technology brings a lot of promise to solve the business problem. At the same time, every technology, wave, or new innovation also brings a lot of cybersecurity issues. If you see the era that we were in previously, 1995 to 2010, where computers were just becoming mainstream, antivirus was very useful. Then came the era of SMAC. If you remember the SMAC, social, cloud, analytics, and mobile. That's where cloud-dependent endpoint protection platform came into being. Then came the era of digitalization, digital world, digital business, digital India. That's where EDR was being very useful. And now, everybody is using the word AI. And now we are living in the world of AI. And if you see the recent buzz around ChatGPT was also being weaponized to launch attacks against you. Every technology that we are using is also being used by the attackers. So we should look at how the technology is evolving, and we should also be evolving our security alongside.
I think I have a question, and I think, very importantly, do you think signature-based technology doesn't, protect anymore? Or do you think a cloud-dependent technology is not a success today? What are your views?
It is not, because it's like we are living in 1995 or 2010, and it's a very reactive approach. With the current threat landscape, it is not something that is going to be useful. It can not give you a peaceful mind or peaceful state of mind, because you may just be a sitting duck and waiting for a disaster to happen. By the way, Bhaskar, just a question. Life would have been very simple if everything can be put into two buckets and classified in two colors, white or black, as 0 and 1. Life would have been very simple अगर सच एंड झूठ का पता इतना क्लियरली पता लग जाता what is black and what is white. Life would have been very simple if you could distinguish a good person and a devil person like this. But life is not so simple. At the same time, even the attackers take the same methodology and they use the same mindset. They don't operate in black and white fashion. They always operate in a gray area between black and white. So the antivirus, Bhaskar, you were talking about is something that belongs to black and white. And that is outdated. Now the attackers operate in this spectrum, the gray area between black and white. And they use legitimate tools. They use approved tools that you are using for system admin, that you are using for daily business operations, remote desktop, Word document. You receive an email saying that, sir, ma'am, please refer me in your organization, and you download that resume and you share that with the recruiter. And that Word document can be the first piece of infection in your organization. A PDF, a PowerShell. PowerShell is commonly used by system admins. Look at PDF, all these, Java, all these can be weaponized to launch attacks against your organization. And how do we identify these attacks? We can only identify these attacks using behavioral analysis, behavioral monitoring.
See, I have a question. Again, we understand. We understand there are fileless attacks and things happening. But what does behavioral analysis means? How do you detect so many important threats in a controlled environment, right? Not that you're taking that something outside to a lab like a blood test or doing different tests, right?
So,
can you also throw some light there?
So Bhaskar, tell me one thing. We are presenting on stage right now. Everybody trusted me as a person to be on a stage, thought that I am a non-malicious person. But all of a sudden, what if I take a gun out of my pocket and point at Bhaskar? That means I suddenly turned rogue. A legitimate, approved application, a legitimate, approved process that was initially trusted turned rogue, turned malicious. And the moment I point gun at Bhaskar, I should be apprehended. The security should walk in and take me out. And that is what is meant by behavioral analysis. So do not trust any application, no matter whether it comes from a signed vendor, whether it's a signed application, whether it's a Microsoft application, whether it's a Google application. Any and every application can be exploited by a threat actor. So that means we should be continuously monitoring the behavior, and we should continuously be detecting if it is exhibiting malicious behavior, taking the gun out.
So we should not trust anybody. Trust any file. So, okay.
Trust and verify.
Great.
So at the same time, Bhaskar, one of the questions when we talk about detection, behavioral-based detection, that is what EDR does. And one of the questions that we commonly see is that EDR only does detection, but we want to take a prevention-first approach. So is EDR the right solution for me? So we should look at the fact that EDR not only does detection. EDR uses a multi-layered technology approach. If you look at this, it starts with prevention. The first two layers that you see will help you in preventing the attacks, preventing the spread of ransomware, preventing the spread of a virus, preventing the spread of a malware by using reputation, by using static AI, by dissecting the file and seeing what portion of the file, percentage of the file is a malicious portion. And then, if it is not able to identify, then it goes into the detection mode, where the behavioral analysis would be happening to see whether someone turned malicious or someone is
I have a question. I want to ask you whether I buy a EDR or I buy an XDR, and how do I differentiate whether the EDR is going to solve my problem or the XDR is going to solve my problem?
Very good question. Bhaskar, one question to you.
Yeah.
If you want,
I think the time up.
Where is my slide? But anyway, let's continue the conversation. I mean, slide is just for the background anyway. So if you want, Bhaskar, milkshake, can you say I want milkshake without milk?
Of course not.
Is it possible?
We can't.
The same analogy works for XDR. XDR cannot work without EDR. If someone comes up and tell you that you buy XDR, you don't need EDR, they are making fool of you. And they are spreading misfacts and wrong facts in the industry. You need the basic EDR component, then you connect with other capabilities like network firewall, identity, cloud, email, and whatnot, and make it XDR. So the animation that did not work, so let's say it's EDR that works on the endpoint. The same EDR, when you put some cashews, almonds in the milk, you put vanilla powder in the milk and make it more tastier. You put identity, web, email, network firewall with EDR, and that's your milkshake, that's your XDR.
So what you mean to say is you really need a strong EDR foundation to build a great XDR. Is that the answer?
That is the answer. So you need EDR. You cannot build XDR without EDR. And don't fall into that trap that XDR is there to solve your problem. You need EDR as a core to solve your problem. XDR starts with EDR and sits at the core. So some of the best practices, yeah, please.
So I think, Pratik, you have written a lot of EDR, Gartner reports for obviously, I mean, the EDR reports for Gartner, Magic Quadrant reports, sorry. What was your experience when you study all the EDRs? What are the basic foundations of that EDR or XDR that is counted for creating the Gartner Magic Quadrant, or even saying which product is better, which product is, from a protection perspective is the best? So how Gartner looks at it, if you can share.
Absolutely. Gartner looks at several factors. They look at 20 odd factors to identify a vendor as a leader. And they look at right from the market share to vision, how good is the roadmap of a product, of a vendor, how good is the messaging, what kind of geographical support that you get across the globe, and so many different parameters, 20 odd parameters. And then a vendor is evaluated and rated as a vendor. And of course, Bhaskar and I are very proud that SentinelOne has been recognized as a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant since 2020. And we take always immense pride in that.
Just last question from my side. What could be one magical difference between us and many others while considering us as an XDR vendor?
Not one, I would say two. One is certainly the ease of use. And secondly, the automation. So let me bring up to this point is we all have seen this. So in the interest of time, although we were allocated 20 minutes and we are getting a lot of nudges, I'm not sure why. You all have seen this era where earlier there was this cycle where a human would be pulling the cart. Then came this era where we got industrialized a bit and we started using cycle to make it faster. And now we moved it to using automation or a motor so that we can do things faster. We are living in this era. SentinelOne has this advantage where using automation, we are able to scale the operations. With one click of a button, you can roll back the encrypted files to its normal state. With one click of a button, you can reverse all the changes that the attacker made on a system. That is what is a big differentiator that we are talking about. Bhaskar, I understand that everybody is in a hurry. Let's quickly talk about the consolidation, because that is one thing. Everybody has different understanding of it, and then we can quickly call it a day.
I think I have a great experience there, because all my CISO friends are still struggling to understand whether I should consolidate the technology vendors, or I should consolidate better technologies together. So what is it? Do I go for one vendor strategy? We go for multi-vendor strategy. What is the strategy?
Where is your consolidation, by the way?
My consolidation.
My consolidation is here.
So my consolidation is here. Let's okay. So we have a game for the CISOs here. Where's the ball?
The ball is not there.
Just joking.
So you can see there are two consolidation strategies. One is where you put one thing on top of each other and build a consolidated stack. And then there is this example. All of you can relate to that example. If you are given one stick, it can be easily broken. But if you make a bunch of sticks, it cannot be broken. It cannot be broken. But in this case, if I take one stone out, the entire tower will come crashing. These are the two consolidation strategies. The first consolidation strategy is vendor consolidation. Putting all your eggs in one basket. Putting things on top of each other. And if one thing comes out, the entire stack goes falling. And this approach is called technology consolidation. You bind all the technologies together in a bunch, and it cannot be broken into. One single technology can be easily broken, but not when you put it in a XDR platform together, and this unity cannot be broken.
So my few takeaways from this is you need a strong EDR as a fundamental core to the XDR. Second is when you use XDR and you integrate well, you are actually having a better defending capability, correct?
Absolutely.
And obviously with a lot of automation, you will bring in, you will not only save a lot of financial investment, but also save yourself from a lot of attacks because you will be able to visualize a lot more than just looking at one single point.
Exactly.
Did I?
Yes, absolutely. So on that note, I'll just quickly summarize it so that everybody gets benefit. I understand that the organizers are also waiting for us to finish. We have been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant. We have been rated at the top in Gartner Critical Capabilities Report, which does the product evaluation. We are at the top across Type A, Type B, Type C use cases. In MITRE, we have been performing at the top since the last 3 years with minimal configuration changes and zero delay detection. In Gartner Peer Insights also, we have been rated very heavily. We had a lot of insights to share with you, but I understand we are running short of time. So I'll just quickly, in the interest of time, I'll share this QR code with you, which you can scan, which will give you access to Gartner Magic Quadrant report, which will give you access to Gartner Critical Capabilities report. And in case you want to talk to us and you liked my voice and Bhaskar's voice a little bit, you can request a demo with us and we will get in touch with you. On that note, Bhaskar, anything in Bengali? I mean, we are in Kolkata, you did not say any word in Bengali.
হ্যাঁ আমি বলতে চাই আমি অনেক বাংলা বলে এসেছি এর আগে একটা সেশনে রিয়েলি হ্যাপি happy to be present here. Sorry, again English comes out. The Britishers have left our country, but we are still speaking English. But খুব ভালো লেগেছে আমাদের আপনারা ফিডব্যাক নিশ্চয়ই দেবেন. Thank you and
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's take our consolidation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pratik Bhajanka and Mr. Bhaskar Nandi. May I request Pradipta Basu to kindly come forward and present mementos to both our speakers. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhaskar Nandi. Thank you for this interesting session. We are apologetic that we had to rush you through your presentation, but if any of our participants here have any questions, then they can certainly ask them offline. And thank you, Mr. Pratik Bhajanka, for that very interesting session. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next keynote address. And our speaker is Mr. Shekhar Sharma, CEO and Managing Director, NTT Global Data Centers and Global Infrastructure India Private Limited, and NTT Communications India Network Services Private Limited. I will request him to kindly come on stage and deliver his keynote address. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Shekhar Sharma, CEO and Managing Director of NTT Global Data Centers. Warm welcome to you, sir.
Hello, everybody. A warm welcome, and thank you for having me here. I know it's the last session before the awards, so I will try and make it really quick. I'm basically asked to talk about the data center and the evolution of that, because all technology is basically the basis, the bedrock for everything starts with the infrastructure layer, and things build on that. So I will kind of be walking through the data center, what has happened in the past 2 or 3 decades, and just talk about something about our company and stop with a video. I think it'll just take me 10 minutes or so. So in the past decade, India has experienced an exponential growth, and it's about to become a 5 trillion country by 2027. Technology has been the bedrock of our sustainable growth. Further innovation and technology growth will be necessary to ensure that economic goals are achieved. one of the prominent pillars necessary to complement IT growth is the data center and the network services that connects it. So you need the hotels and the highways to run your data, or all the things that have been spoken about today will be residing somewhere. And those are the data centers and the networks that will help kind of, talk to each other. And also now with the adaptation of, AI and, the machine learning things that are happening and the cloud, emerging of cloud, we see the rapid expansion of data center services within India. So you'll see a lot of names coming up, and from 3 or 4 providers now to 20 providers, that's the landscape we're seeing now. So today I wish to speak a bit about the evolution of data centers. So the data center industry is poised for an exponential growth driven by rapid digitalization, artificial intelligence, and data localization. A quick snapshot of the evolution of data center industry, and I personally experienced in my 2.5 decades in the data center industry. So is basically evolution was something like in the 80s to 90s, the first decade was an early adoption of data centers. And this had its challenges. It focused on mainframes, and it was like limited infrastructure with limited power. The next decade was 20 to 2010, which was an expansion of IT industry and raise of the e-commerce era, and which really drove the growth in the data center industry. Then came the 2010 to 2020, and this is the era when where the data center became larger, more sophisticated, and adapted central architectures, and consolidation of outsourcing trends basically started happening. The adaptation of cloud computing and the rise of hyperscaler data centers transformed the market. Cloud computing became a major driver of data center demand, and hyperscaler providers establishing large data centers in all regions. Now, from 2020 to present, we see a rapid growth in data generation and increase of the importance of data localization, and these are what is shaping the new era of how data is handled. Data centers are focused on handling massive data volumes, addressing data security, and complying with data localization regulations. 2023 and beyond, what do we see here is basically going to be driven by a lot of things something called AI and the cloud in it, right, and machine learning. So that's going to be the new trend that's happening. The emerging of edge computing and increasing adaptation of artificial intelligence will drive the next phase of data center evolution, where artificial intelligence is having a profound impact on data center market, transforming everything from designing and how it is operated and how it is securely kept. The future of data center that in India, if I look at it right now, we must be around close to $6.2 billion, and we see that exponentially kind of growing in the next, by 2028, to be more than $10 billion in India. There's some factors that are affecting growth of the industry. So that one was fueled by COVID. We see a lot of transformation happening during that time. 5G services coming in, where edge computing and it's more of data is being now kind of circled around. We see a lot of government policies come in, which is also driving the growth. States like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Orissa, Telangana, Maharashtra, West Bengal have introduced data center policies in the recent years, which is attracting a lot of investment into these countries, and we see a growth in this area. Data localization, again, is an important factor which is really driving growth. Personal data protection acts it plays a very important role in all these growth in all the states that we talked about. India's data center industry has witnessed a remarkable growth in the past decade, driven by, as I just said, about rapid digitalization, cloud adaptation, and basically a lot of applications that require huge data. So now let's see what NTT is doing over here. So I talked about the data center, what has happened, evolved in the last 3 decades, and now I'll just talk about what NTT is doing here. So NTT is a Japanese company. It was founded it is financially $112 billion. We are committed to investing in innovation with an average R&D of $3.6 billion over the next 3 years. We are among the top 5 IT service providers recognized for our expertise and innovation. We are ranked 62 in the Fortune 500. And NTT Data was founded more than 150 years. So it is there. We are there because we, evolve. We do a lot of innovation in what we do. Can we go to the next slide? So NTT is leading global provider in data center services too. We are global footprint of 145 countries with 145 data centers with 20 plus countries. This enables us to service our customers across the globe. Can we go to the next slide? So now coming to Kolkata, why are we here in Kolkata? Kolkata is a vibrant and a dynamic city with strong IT ecosystem, and Kolkata is experiencing a growing demand in the data centers. Kolkata is also a strategic location for and every evolving robust infrastructure which is backed by a ever reliable skill force. This plays a key role that's what it attracts us here too. So we are quite interested in being in this state. NTT is committed to invest in this region, and here we are reaffirming our commitments in this city and the development with key initiatives. So we've taken land here. We are kind of deploying state-of-art kind of technologies in our data center to make Kolkata one of the hubs for hosting data. It's the eco-friendly and a sustainable building design is what we are looking at. We are looking at creation of job here, infrastructure and engineering and technology area. Also, why Kolkata is what do we bring into Kolkata is basically we are coming up with a 25 megawatt data center here. We are trying to have an uptime of 99.9%, which is a very, very reliable data center in Kolkata, which will be one of its kind. We're trying to meet sustainable targets of data centers use a lot of power and a lot of energy is consumed into this. So we are introducing green data centers where more than 50% of the power will be through renewable energy. These are also LEED certified buildings across India. Also, we are talking about seamlessly connectivity to connect you to the world. So Kolkata is not just Kolkata, but we are connecting all the data centers across India and further across to other parts of the world. So data center and subsea cables are interconnected. This gives NTT a unique position to provide one-stop solution and end-to-end support and provide low latency solutions to customers. We're committed to working closely with the government of West Bengal and the corporate excellencies like you to develop a data center ecosystem in Kolkata and make the city a hub for data center innovation. The number on the screen that you see depicts a short, basically an impactful kind of start for us coming here into Kolkata. So with this, this is just like, can you go back? The slide there depicts, how we are connected and further connecting to the globe. So with this, I'll just kind of, I know it's late, so I just try to cut a lot of thing here. So I just want to start, finish with two short, videos which might kind of, be a good stop to this evening. So I might just can we just play the video, please? So just before you play that, so we're going to talk about new technologies that we do. Like instead of just having racks on, servers on racks, we use liquid immersion where we are putting servers on tanks. We're the first ones to really go live and have it under production. So this is something new for you guys also. Maybe it's interesting, and we'll just show you a bit about our cable network system. Yes, please. Yeah, this is about the mist. This is about the the cooling of servers. Now you see most of the racks on the servers on the racks. This is what's going to happen in the future. So this is also emerging. We'll see more and more new technologies that will be introduced because we're trying to cool that chip inside the servers at a minimum power kind of a usage of power. I'll now just also kind of quickly play the latest submarine cable system. Then this is a fiber which is coming from actually Singapore into Chennai and to rest of India.
From the shores of Malaysia to the coasts of India, Singapore, and Thailand, the MIST cable system spans a breathtaking distance of 8,100 kilometers, weaving together a tapestry of connectivity that knows no bounds. This engineering marvel, the first of its kind in India with 12 fiber pair capacity, boasts an astonishing 200 terabits per second bandwidth, paving the way for seamless data transmission, faster speeds, and a truly interconnected world. Engineered with precision and expertise, MIST is a testament to Japanese technology, combining cutting-edge infrastructure with the vision to create a global network that transcends borders and connects continents. As we witness the MIST cable system emerge from the depths of the sea, let us remember the tremendous effort, the high-speed connectivity. The possibilities are limitless. It is a gateway to innovation, progress, and transformation.
Yeah, that's it. I thank you for your attention. If you're interested to learn more, please visit us, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shekhar Sharma. I will request Mr. Pradeep Biswas to kindly come forward to present a memento to Mr. Shekhar Sharma. Mr. Pradeep Biswas is the CFO of AVP Private Limited. And thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you can definitely ask him offline. Thank you very much. We request you to kindly take your seats in the auditorium. We will start with the STPI Awards in a short while from now, and we will just take a couple of minutes to do the setup. Thank you.
India, a land of innovation and technology, has witnessed a remarkable journey in the field of software and IT services. And this transformation journey has been possible because of one organization known as Software Technology Council, established on 5th June 1991 by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. After merging 3 STPs, STPI has been instrumental in facilitating software exports and driving the growth of the Indian IT or ITES industry to newer heights. It provides a conducive ecosystem for software companies, startups and entrepreneurs, enabling them to thrive in a highly competitive market. STPI provides statutory services, datacom services, incubation services, centers of entrepreneurship, next generation incubation scheme, BPO schemes, VAPT. To IT or ITES companies, startups, government and academic institutions. Over the last 3 decades, STPI has been providing single window clearance services to the software exporters, which has catalyzed the growth of software exports from the country. Due to the right policy measures and liberal style of functioning, software exports from STPI registered companies marked an exponential growth from 52 crore rupees in 1991 to over 7 lakh crore rupees in 2023. Likewise, from 3 STPI centers in 90s to 63 centers today, STPI has created 13.5 lakh square feet state-of-the-art infrastructure across country, out of which 8.1 lakh square feet is in Tier 2 and 3 cities, with 5 Tier 3 compliant data centers. STPI is implementing maintenance schemes such as BPO promotion scheme and electronics manufacturing cluster 2.0 scheme. BPO promotion scheme was implemented to create employment opportunities for youth in Tier 2 and 3 cities. 246 BPO units have so far provided direct employment opportunity to 52,278 youths. EMC 2.0 scheme for building a comprehensive ecosystem for electronic system design and manufacturing. Under this scheme, 5 projects have been approved with an investment of 20,819 crore rupees and likely to generate over 66,000 job opportunities for the youth. With the support of STPI, the Indian IT or ITES industry has provided excellent and cost-effective services to the international clients. This has enabled India to become the preferred IT destination in the world. This sector is one of the largest contributors to India's GDP, foreign exchange earnings, and generation of significant employment opportunities to the youth. As the Indian IT or ITES industry has matured enough to move up the value chain, STPI has taken the lead in nurturing the startup ecosystem pan-India as envisioned under the Digital India Initiative and National Policy on Software Products 2019. STPI has envisioned establishing 25 centers of entrepreneurship, out of which 22 centers of entrepreneurship have been established in the domains like Internet of Things, blockchain, fintech, artificial intelligence, gaming and animation, among others, to support startups pan-India. Next Generation Incubation Scheme has been implemented from 12 Tier 2 locations. Under this scheme, seed funding of up to 25 lakh rupees is provided to each beneficiary or supported startup based on the innovativeness of the idea, the novelty of solutions, and strength of the team. These initiatives and efforts will transform our country into a software product nation and will help in economic growth and create ample opportunities for the youth. STPI is poised to catalyze the ecosystem in the decade of opportunities. The story of STPI is a testament to the power of vision, perseverance, and technological excellence. Together, we shall continue to shape India's tech future.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to the STPI Export Awards 2022-23 West Bengal event. STPI has organized this event since 2012 to 2013 for encouraging IT and ITES industries, and this is the 11th edition of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are truly privileged to have amidst us our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India. Sir, may I request you to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as I welcome Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I welcome our guest, Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of ABP Group. May I request you, sir, to kindly come onto the dais and take your seat. And a round of applause for Mr. Pradipta Biswas as I welcome him onto the dais. I would like to welcome our guest, Ms. Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. Please put your hands together for Ms. Vandana Srivastava as I welcome her onto the dais. A warm welcome, ma'am. And also, I welcome Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata, onto the dais. A very hearty welcome to you, sir. May I now request our ladies from STPI, the members of STPI, to kindly come forward and felicitate our guests. We would like to felicitate our chief guest, respected Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India. It is our privilege to felicitate you and welcome you. We would like to felicitate our guest, Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO of the ABP Group. May I request one of our members of the STPI to kindly come forward, please. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today evening for the awards. We would like to felicitate our guest, Ms. Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati. Warm welcome to you, and I'll request one of our ladies from STPI to do the honors. And we'd like to felicitate Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata. Hearty welcome to you, sir. And one of our ladies from STPI is felicitating Sri Manjeet Nayak. Once again, a hearty welcome to all our guests on the dais. May I now invite Sri Manjeet Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata, to deliver his welcome address and give us a brief about the STPI Export Awards 22-23 West Bengal.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for a little delayed the program because of the other agenda is going on. In the dais, our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, the British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India. Our guest, Mr. Pradip Biswas, the CFO, ABP Group. And our guests, Mr. Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati and Northeast. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all in the 11th edition of the STPI Export Award. I'm very happy and glad to welcome in this evening, and really thanks to all of you to at least wait in the patience for you upon another 1 hour delay of this program. Our Director General is supposed to be joined, but because of some other emergency was arise or some busy schedule at Bangalore, he has been stuck up, so he's not able to make it the program. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's me immense pleasure to be welcome each of one of you today at this event, where we are gathered to recognize the efforts of the achievement of all the ITs and ITES industries across the Bengal, and for which we are carrying these activities since last more than 10 years. This is the 11th edition, as I told. Although such recognition have been held in other regions for quite long, sometimes over the years, STPI has taken sincere initiative to provide its best support to the IT and IT industries in the country. STPI has been dedicatedly working to provide the statutory service under the STP schemes, which has been helped many entrepreneurs and companies to achieve the highest level of growth. And STPI is taking initiative to create the incubations facility for small and medium-scale industries in IT and IT sectors throughout the country in various locations. We are trying to create environmentally friendly and industry-friendly infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities across the country. To boost the localization and innovations from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, though NGIS schemes, Leap Ahead initiative, etc., STPI look to the identify and support promising startup working towards digital transformations and accessibility product solution, enabling equitably inclusive growth with focus on sectors like agriculture, education, healthcare and wellness, banking, finance and e-commerce and environment, etc. STPI is implementing agency of these schemes on behalf of Government of India. The recognition through STPI Export Award not only highlight the STPI commitment to promote the IT and IT sectors, but also reflect the dedication of the unit members who have been achieved many milestones and contribution immensely to the country, IT and IT exports and the growth. We are privileged to have our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming. Your presence has encouraged us, sir. It's really sorry for our starting this program, and we have and you lost about your valuable time. And it is our pleasure to welcome our guest, Mr. Pradeep Biswas. I welcome you, sir. And we are again privileged to our guest, Mrs. Bandana Srivastav. Madam, your support is always encouraging. And with this immense pleasure, I extend the heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests, esteemed friends, accompanying awardees, and representing from the IT industries, esteemed speakers, member of the press and media fraternity, and our delegate colleagues who have been gathered here today to witness this entire award event. In this evolving the landscape of contemporary business, it's heartening to witness the remarkable stride of STPI Kolkata and fostering growth and innovation. The robust and sustainable growth of IT export from this region is the testimony to the digital and diligent efforts and strategic initiative undertaken by STPI Kolkata. Today I am proud to share that we are the significant milestone we have achieved already 12,000 plus export activities from STPI side only. However, the state export has been in much higher side. And moreover, I am excited to share one groundbreaking news. We are coming up with one cultivate and thriving IT ecosystem. STPI Kolkata is the verge of unveiling the state-of-the-art IT park spanning up 2 lakh square feet of area in the heart of the Sector 5, which is catering to the cutting-edge facility, is poised to become a hub of the innovations, offering the lot of facility which is required for the IT and IT industries for their growth and for their future, I can say the future plans and whatever. Then the upcoming IT park efforts are commitment to providing holistic ecosystems for the industry, fostering growth and collaboration. The facility is not merely bricks and mortar, it is a symbolize our dedication to nurturing the aspiration of the IT and ITS company, enabling them to thriving the dynamic and the competitive of the landscape. I take this opportunity to give this brief about the 11th STPI Export Award of 2022-23 West Bengal. This award has been categorized in 7 categories. The first category is among the companies with exporter up to 5 crores. The second category is export between 5 to 25 crores. The third category has been marked for up 25 to 100 crores. Then fourth category is between 100 crores to 1000 crores. And under this 4 category, there is again different 6 segment, that is top exporter of IT, top exporter for ITAS, highest new job creators, ITITS, highest percentage growth, highest percentage of women employment, highest percent of the different able employees. So there is a various categories, and in the 5th category, the exporter in the till the Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions, we are looking for the Bengal, Durgapur, Siliguri, Haldia and Kharagpur, all the cities where we are also selecting the top exporter and highest new job creator. This is another 2 varieties. The 6th category is pride of West Bengal, those who are doing the export more than 1,000 crore up to 3,000 crore. Then finally the 7th category is IT Ratna, those who are above the 3,000 crore of business in the of the West Bengal region. The data collected from the various authenticated source and periodically and the annual report, which has been scrutinized by the jury members. And as for this, our policy, we have streamlined these data. To recognize the through STPI Export Award, not only highlight the STPI commitment to promote the IT and IT sector, but also reflect the dedication of the Unity members who have been achieved many milestones and contributed immensely to the growth of the state and IT export. The road ahead is that India is the topmost offshoring destination for IT companies across the world, having proven its capability in delivering both onshore and offshore services to the global client. While concluding, I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you again and express our gratitude for making this event successful, and 1 hour so will conclude our event. Finally, I thank all and wish you grand success to all the winners today at 11th STPI Export Award program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for briefing us about the STPI Export Awards and different categories of the awards. STPI plans to add more categories in future and make these as a yearly event. May I now request our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, to kindly come forward to give away the awards and the recognition certificates to the winning units. I also request the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join him. We now move on. We would also like the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly join him, please. Yes. The first category, that is the category A of awards, is for exporters up to rupees 5 crores. And the first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to ADA Software Re-Engineering Services Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Amit Basu, Director, and Partho Nandi, General Manager of ADA Software Re-Engineering Services Private Limited. I request them to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of their company. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Bassetti ITES Private Limited. I request Mr. Bodhisattva Banerjee, Director, and Mrs. Trisha Moitra, General Manager of Bassetti ITES Private Limited, to please come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. And the audience sitting here, please do not forget to applaud, because this is the moment, the special moments that we need to applaud for the winners. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in IT/ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Aegis Customer Support Services Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Arun Rai, Administration Head, Kolkata, and Mr. Ramesh Annamalai, HR Head, Kolkata of Aegis Customer Support Services Private Limited. I request both of them to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of their company. And here they are. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in IT/ITES exports among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Bishwa Games Private Limited. I request Mr. Bishwanath Das and Ms. Shushmita Das Hari, Executive Director of Bishwa Games Private Limited, to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. And a round of applause, please, for Bishwa Games Private Limited. Heartiest congratulations. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. And the runners-up are here on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to Digital Avenues Limited. We have with us Mr. Shivankar Dey, Vice President Accounts and Finances of Digital Avenues Limited. May I request him to kindly come on stage to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports up to rupees 5 crores. Only one nomination was received in this category. And the award goes to Rydberg Engineering Private Limited. I request Mr. Arnab Sengupta and Mrs. Momita Sengupta, both the directors of Rydberg Engineering Private Limited, to please receive the award on behalf of the company. And a round of applause for them, please. Heartiest congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving towards the second category, that is category B of awards, that is for exporters above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Alumnus Software Limited. We have with us Mr. Prabal Sengupta, co-founder, CEO of Alumnus Software Limited. I request him to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporters ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited. Round of applause as I request Mr. Partha Bhattacharya, Associate Director Real Estate Operations East of Concentrix Dutch Services India Private Limited, to receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Value RCM Solutions Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Saurav Das, Executive Vice President, and Damodar Prasad, Executive Vice President of Value RCM Solutions Private Limited. I request both of them to kindly come onto the dais and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Geotech Info Services Private Limited. I request Mr. Bitin Malik, Senior Manager Finance of Geotech Info Services Private Limited, to kindly come forward to receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores, and the runners-up are on the screen for all of you to see. And the award goes to Pursuit Software Development Private Limited. I request Mr. Alukananda Paul, Managing Director, and Bhupendra Singh, Director Operations of Pursuit Software Development, to kindly come forward to receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 5 crores to rupees 25 crores. And the runner-up in this category is on the screen. And the award goes to Deloitte Financial Advisory Services India Private Limited. We have with us Ms. Pratibha Jain, Office Managing Director of Deloitte Financial Advisory Services India Private Limited. She is here with us on stage to receive the award on behalf of her company. Heartiest congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the third category, that is category C of awards for exporters above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. The first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Coforge Limited. We have with us Mr. Ritesh Arora, Vice President of Coforge Limited. I request him to kindly come on to the dais and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Aclaris Business Solutions Private Limited. I request Mr. Rakesh Singh, Director Software Engineering, and Mr. Avijit Roy Chaudhary, Site Lead of Aclaris Business Solutions Private Limited, to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up in this category are there for all of you to see. And the award goes to HCL Technologies Limited. We have with us Mr. Vinod Singh, Associate Director of HCL Technologies Limited. Please give a round of applause, hearty round of applause, as I request him to please come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations, and I will request Mr. Singh to kindly remain on stage, please. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in IT/ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores, and the runners-up in this category are on the screen. Mr. Singh, may I request you to kindly remain on stage. And the award goes to, again, HCL Technologies. Round of applause, please. HCL Technologies Limited. I once again request Mr. Vinod Singh, Associate Director, HCL Technologies Limited, to accept the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to DCG Data Core Systems India Private Limited. I request Mr. Pinaki Ranjan Ghosh, COO, and Ms. Sohini Mitra, GM/ITES of DCG Data Core Systems India Private Limited, to kindly come forward to receive the award. And here they are. A round of applause for them, please. Heartiest congratulations. The sixth award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 25 crores to rupees 100 crores. And the runner-up in this category is on the screen. And the award goes to Phytech Private Limited. I request Mr. Devashish Roy, Vice President, and Mr. Kishore Saha, Senior Manager Accounts and Admin of Phytech Limited, Private Limited, to please receive the award on behalf of the company. And keep those applauses coming, ladies and gentlemen. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the fourth category, that is category D of awards for exporters above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. The first award in this category is for top exporter IT among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Vikash Dubey, Associate Director, and Syed Sajid Hussain, Kolkata Center Head of Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited. I request both of them to kindly come forward to receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. The second award in this category is for top exporter ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores, and the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to HSBC Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Anderson Phillips, Head of Site, GSC India Kolkata, and Mr. Bhupinder Singh, HRVP GSC India Kolkata, HSB Electronic Data Processing India Private Limited. I request them to kindly come forward and receive the award from our chief guest and our other dignitaries. Heartiest congratulations. The third award in this category is for highest new job creator in ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to LTI Mindtree Limited. We have with us Major Bishwaji Das, Head of Admin and Facilities, and Tulika Nath, Head of Talent Team of LTI Mindtree Limited. I request them to kindly come onto the dais and take the award on behalf of the company. And a round of applause, please. Heartiest congratulations. The fourth award in this category is for highest percentage of growth in ITES exports among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to EY Global Delivery Services India LLP. I request Ms. Jasmeena Thakur, Executive Director of EY Global Delivery Services India LLP, to kindly come forward and receive the award on behalf of the company. Where are the applauses, ladies and gentlemen? Heartiest congratulations. And the fifth award in this category is for highest percentage of women employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Deloitte and Touche Assurance and Enterprise Risk Services India Private Limited. We have with us Ms. Pratibha Jain, Office Managing Director of Deloitte and Touche Assurance and Enterprise Risk Services India Private Limited. She is here on stage to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations. I request you, ma'am, to kindly remain on stage. I will request ma'am, Pratibha Jain, ma'am, kindly remain on stage, please. The 6th award in this category is for highest percentage of differently abled employees in IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 100 crores to rupees 1,000 crores, and the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award, as you can see, has gone to Deloitte Consulting India Private Limited. Ms. Pratibha Jain is already here. She's the Office Managing Director of Deloitte Consulting India Private Limited. She is here to receive the award on behalf of the company. Heartiest congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now start to give the 5th category, that is category E of awards for exporters in Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions of West Bengal. The first award in this category is for top exporter IT/ITES among companies operating from Tier 2, Tier 3 regions. The runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award goes to Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. We have with us Mr. Bimal Kumar Patwari, CEO of Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. May I request you to kindly come on stage. Heartiest congratulations. I will request Mr. Bimal Patwari and his colleagues to kindly remain on stage. The second award in this category is for highest new job creator IT/ITES among companies operating from Tier 2, Tier 3 regions. And the runners-up in this category are on the screen. And the award again goes to Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur. We already have with us Mr. Bimal Kumar Patwari, CEO of Pinnacle Infotech Solutions, Durgapur, and his colleagues to receive the award on behalf of their company. Heartiest congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the 6th category, that is category F of awards, called Pride of West Bengal for exporters above rupees 1,000 crores to rupees 3,000 crores. And the award in this category is for highest exporter IT/ITES among companies with exports above rupees 1,000 crores to rupees 3,000 crores. The award goes to IBM India Private Limited. We have with us Mr. Bishwajit Maiti, Executive Director and Partner, Client Delivery, and Mr. Manjunath Raghavendra, Manager, Operations and Controls, IBM India Private Limited. I request him to kindly come onto the dais and receive the award from our chief guest and the other dignitaries on the dais. Heartiest congratulations. Now, last but not the least, the 7th category, that is category G of awards, called IT Ratna of West Bengal. For top exporters and highest employer of West Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, the award goes to Tata Consultancy Services Limited. We have with us retired Brigadier Avanindra Joshi, General Manager Admin, and Mr. Shubhadeep Nandi, Branch Finance Head of Tata Consultancy Services Limited. I request them to receive the award on behalf of the company. Ladies and gentlemen, all the awards of today's event have been presented. Many congratulations to all the winners. I will request our distinguished guests to kindly be seated. Thank you. May I request Mr. Biswajit Maiti, Executive Director and Partner, Client Delivery, and Mr. Manjunath Raghavendra, Manager, Operations and Controls, IBM India Private Limited, the winner of Pride of West Bengal, to say a few words.
Hello. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just wanted to call on stage Mr. Manjunath also along with me. On behalf of IBM, it's my honor and privilege to receive that prestigious award of STPI. I would like to thank the entire STPI team led by Mr. Naik and the operations team to facilitate such a wonderful evening and this recognition event. It is so nicely crafted, it's fantastic experience. And I'm looking forward to participate in such events in the future. One thing that I would like to call out here, the long-standing relationship, a rewarding relationship between IBM and the STPI team. So in this regard, they are always there to support us. They are always there to, facilitate business of, for doing this in this state. I would like to call my colleague here, Mr. Manjunath, who is the compliance lead for IBM, to say a few words on it. So thank you very much all for everything, for facilitation, and be here to encourage this kind of event. Thank you very much. Over to you, Manjunath.
Thank you, Biswajit. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Manjunath from IBM. It's been a great honor to be here on this special occasion. I must have to share a couple of words about the STPI team in this special occasion. For any business to run successfully, there are two key things that they look after. One is the monetary benefits, and second one is the support on the day-to-day operations. And I have to, talk something about, if I have to talk something about STPI team here, so I would like to thank Arindam Raymondal sir, and also Aparna Singh, and also Rajiv Ranjan for their special support, given to us, be it, all the import benefits, the Softex, certification on a timely basis, and any kind of, support that they have been very, very supportive. And that had, helped us to be very compliant in our business and achieve higher business value. So that is the reason we are here today to receive this, prestigious award. Thank you once again to the STPI team. Thanks, everyone. Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you very much. And for the awardees, for the information of the awardees, let me tell you that please stay back because you will have a photo opportunity at the end with our chief guest and our other guests on the dais. So please remain seated and please do not leave. I would now like to request the winner of the highest exporter in Tier 2 and Tier 3 regions of West Bengal, Shri Bimal Kumar Patwari, to kindly come forward and say a few words. So we will request you to say a few words because everyone is waiting for dinner.
Yeah, it would be, see, I probably cannot do that in few words. Honorable Dr. Andrew Fleming, Sri Manjeet Naik, distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very nostalgic moment for us. 25 years back, we were just 5 people and did not know much about the export industry. And that's when STPI, they had held our hand, and we were kids. And we are so proud that for the last 25 years, they have been supporting us in every way possible. And I think this is one of the most important pillars for all the export industry in India. I think what STPI has done, simplified all the rules, supported us for everything. I think let's give a big hand to STPI for all the support that they have given to us. Thank you, Mr. Nayak and Arindam and all the team for this honor. And one more thing I would like to say, that from Tier 2 city, we have been able to build a global leader. We are truly the world leader in our domain. And that shows that anything is possible. The human enterprise with determination, with perseverance and passion, I think we can achieve anything. Nothing is impossible. Thank you, sir, for your support and honor.
Thank you very much, sir. I also request Mr. Bodhisattva Banerjee, Director, Baseti ITES Private Limited, and the winner of the highest exporter, ITES exporters up to rupees 5 crores, to say a few words. So.
I know it's too late in the day, but I would really like to thank STPI and all the delegates in the stage. It's been a great honor to be here. I remember a short story I'll tell you. INFOCOM, about 16 years back, when I started off, I used to rent out small televisions in the stalls in INFOCOM many years back. So I remember those days. This was 2008 probably. And now we've got more than 200 people working from our own setup in Sector 5. We are exporting everything to France. And yeah, it's a long journey we've come. But I think this award is just going to encourage us to be like the beginning of another big journey. Thank you so much, sir. And it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you again.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and the winners, we would have loved to give each one of you an opportunity to come and speak here, but because of time constraints, we are not in a position to do that. But all of your winners, and heartiest congratulations to all of you. May I now request our guest, Ms. Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati, to say a few words. Ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries on the dais. So first of all, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to all the winners tonight. Your achievements not only deserve recognition, but also serve as inspiration for others in the industry. So in an era where the technology has become part and parcel of our life, IT industry has played a pivotal role in shaping the way we live, work and connect, right from facilitating seamless connectivity to driving innovations that enhance our efficiency and productivity. The impact of IT-ITES sector is undeniable and integral in our modern lifestyle. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say a few things about STPI. Since inception in 1991, STPI is supporting IT-ITES industry, not only in terms of providing statutory services, but also providing infrastructural services in terms of incubation plug-and-play facilities, datacom facilities, data center services, and many more like this. And we started in 1991 with 3 STPI centers, and now we have 63 centers spread all across country. Most of them are in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. So we have expanded ourselves, and we are trying to reach every nook and corner of the country and provide support to IT/ITES industry. Like the IT/ITES industry has evolved, STPI has also evolved over the period, and we have also started few initiatives apart from providing these support services to IT/ITES industry. I would like to mention 2 initiatives which we have taken up and we are doing very aggressively. First is that we are developing a startup ecosystem. We are, contributing a lot in that. Since past 4 to 5 years, we are working on it. And like you know that during these years, startup ecosystem has grown exponentially, not only in terms of, number of startups, but also in terms of number of incubators, number of investors, VC firms, and a lot of government initiatives to support IT startups. Similarly, STPI has also come up in a big way. We have established 22 Center of Entrepreneurships all across country, and these COEs are equipped with plug-and-play incubation facilities for startups to use, ready to use space, and also world-class laboratories where they can, they can develop their ideas into a product. And we have done this in remote part of the countries, like if you go to Kohima, you will find a world-class laboratory wherein one can develop graphics design applications. For suppose for gaming application, if you want to develop, you can go to ISOL, where we have created all facilities so that one can go and develop gaming solutions. Similarly, in other domains also, we have created COEs. And we are providing not only infrastructure and funding support under this program, but also we are providing a lot of value-added services. We are providing this mentorship services, which is very important. Like we have on board a lot of mentors we have chosen from IT industries. They are having more than 25, 30 years of experience. And we are bringing them to the startup units. We are connecting them. We are doing a lot of map-making programs. And we are also including on board some investors and valuers and academic partners. So we are periodically doing a lot of startup summits wherein we are providing opportunities for investors and startup units to connect with each other. So these are the initiatives which we have come in a big way. And on board, we have around 2,000 startup units on board with us under this program, wherein we have developed 500 plus marketable products and 150 plus patents have been done by these startups. So this is one initiative I wanted to express here. And other thing which we are doing is in the field of electronic manufacturing. We are implementing a scheme called Electronic Manufacturing Cluster Scheme, which is a scheme of Ministry of Electronics and IT, and STPI is the implementing agency, and wherein we are providing incentives to state government for development of common infrastructure for development of electronic hardware industry. So this is one scheme which we are implementing. And we are trying to get proposals from state governments, and some proposals are in the process of, reviewing by the committee. So these 2 things I wanted to express here. And once again, congratulations to all the winners tonight. Big cheers to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to request our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India, to speak a few words. Sir.
So, namaskar. I'm very happy that I was able to come along this evening and join this event. And I want to congratulate everybody that's won an award. I know that probably I'm the last but one person keeping you from some dinner and some drinks. So I don't really want to go through all of the detail I have here, but you will hopefully bear with me for 2 or 3 minutes while I say a little bit about the UK and some of the trade that's going on there. I believe that the software technology parks of India in the last 4 quarters have been able to export around 70,000 crores into the UK alone. And that really is something that matters to my country and my colleagues. We thank you. And whilst I obviously want to congratulate every winner, I'm obviously particularly biased towards those that are already in the UK and perhaps are our advocates and allies in persuading more of you to look at our market. I have my colleague Sandeep here at the front. Maybe he'll wave at you, just in case you don't know who he is. Do approach either of us in the course of what remains of the evening and have a conversation. You know, I was struck this evening talking to one of the winners who does come from a tier 3 city here, Durgapur. I've only been in West Bengal for 3 weeks and a day. And I have to confess, I didn't know where Durgapur was. I didn't know it existed. But now I know quite a lot about it and quite a lot about what this gentleman is doing. And you've seen him already speak to you from the dais. And, you know, he's an example of the kind of people that we need to connect with. And it works in the other direction too. Most people, since I've come here, that have got business interests in the UK talk about London. But London is just one of many places we have in the UK. We have 11 different regions, including our devolved countries. You know, each one of them has different opportunities, different sectors, different offers. And I always encourage anybody that's looking to go and either do business or establish a footprint of some description, however small in the UK, to at least look in 2 or 3 different places before making your decision. And it's very similar to when I went to Hyderabad in 2017 and took up a similar role as the Deputy High Commissioner to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Everybody spoke to me only about London and maybe Scotland for whiskey and golf. But actually, when I left, we had investments into just about every region, every one of those 11 regions. And so as much as, you know, I try to enlighten the British companies that are interested in India, that actually India has got 28 states, not just a triangle between Bengaluru, Mumbai, and Delhi. So it goes the other way, that we have to enlighten you about the offers that we have in the UK. And honestly, we're here to help you. And those of you that do choose to set up some kind of footprint in the UK, it can be just one office operating out of a flexible address, very easily done. Sandeep can talk you through it. It opens a fantastic gateway not only to Europe, but to Africa, potentially also easier access to the US, and it can be really a good springboard. And as I say, it doesn't necessarily have to be with the extremely high costs in London, although I would say that will suit some people more than others. Then again, many companies choose, particularly in your sectors, to do their R&D out of the UK. And partnerships with our universities, and we have some of the best universities in the world, are a fantastic opportunity, as is the innovation of many of our bright young people put together with many of the bright young Indian people who, you know, I've had a pleasure to work with in my previous postings in Hyderabad and Bengaluru, and I'm just beginning to get to know here in Kolkata. So over the next 4 years, I hope that I'll get to know many of you. I'll get to see many of you looking and considering options with the UK, just as much as we'll be working with our British companies to better understand not only West Bengal, but all of the 13 states that we cover out of our office here in the east and northeast of India. So thank you again to the organisers. I hope you do enjoy the rest of the evening. A really special thanks also to all of you who've actually stayed here. I've been sitting on the stage to my dismay, watching people creeping out the back door. But you are the loyal ones, so I'll remember you all specially. And I look forward to interacting this evening and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a pleasure hearing you speak. Your words will surely encourage the industries and entrepreneurs of the state to achieve more and more milestones of success. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some small mementos as a token of respect for our distinguished guests here. I will request Ms. Anjana Tiwari, Additional Director, STPI Kolkata, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming. I request Dr. Manas Ray, Additional Director, STPI Kolkata, to kindly come forward and present mementos to our guest, Mr. Pradipta Biswa, CFO, ABP Group. May I request Sri Arindam Roy Mandal, Joint Director, STPI Kolkata, to present mementos to Ms. Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati. And I request Sri Saurav Kumar, Deputy Director, STPI Kolkata, to kindly come forward and present mementos to Sri Manjit Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata. We thank our officers of STPI for presenting the mementos. And now I request Dr. Manas Ray, Additional Director, STPI Kolkata, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good evening. And our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India. Guest, Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO, ABP Group. Guest, Srimati Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati, and Sri Manjit Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata, on the dais, and all the dignitaries present in the hall. Your presence has worked as a catalyst and sparked ignite the minds of the participants present here. It's my great privilege to convey a vote of thanks before this August gathering on the behalf of STPI Kolkata. We are thankful to our chief guest, Dr. Andrew Fleming, British Deputy High Commissioner, East and Northeast India, for attending and distributing the 11th STPI Export Awards 2022-23, West Bengal. He has been kind enough to take out some precious time out of his busy schedule. It was very nice listening to you, sir. We are delighted in the presence of guest Mr. Pradipta Biswas, CFO, ABP Group. His valuable presence today will encourage industry towards future growth. We are thankful to Srimati Vandana Srivastava, Director, STPI Guwahati, for her presence. She has always been supportive and have positive thoughts towards the growth of the IT industry. I am also thankful to Sri Manjit Nayak, Director, STPI Kolkata. He has been playing an important role in developing the IT-ITES ecosystem in Kolkata and is actively involved in the growth of IT-ITES industry in West Bengal. Sir, your continuous guidance and support has helped us shape in this award function today. I must express my gratitude to the jury members of the selection committee for their kind support in analyzing the vast data and selecting the awardees. And of course, thanks to all the participants who are present here, and heartiest congratulations to the awardees. I am grateful to the unit members who have been doing every effort to make West Bengal a frontrunner in the IT-ITES exporting arena. Friends, your sincere effort is highly commendable. I am thankful to press, media, esteemed guests, and other dignitaries whose presence have been really encouraging to us. Last but not the least, I express my sincere thanks to all my colleagues, members from the event organizers, and support staff for the dedicated hard work in shaping and making this event successful. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request all the awardees to kindly come forward to the stage for a photo opportunity with the chief guest and the other guests on the dais. Please come with your awards. And I'll request our chief guest and the other dignitaries on the dais to kindly move forward so that they get a good picture with the awardees.
Thank you so much. All your support. Really appreciate it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here with us today. This brings us to the end of the STPI Export Awards 22-23 West Bengal events. Please join us for dinner now.